Alright. Well, hello and welcome to anyone watching this from the past, present, or future. And welcome to the third stream for Pokemon Emerald Dark type only run. Yeah. Last stream we evolved our little acorn. Who you can see up there on my antlers in that little picture, which I'll probably update next week. Became an Nuzleaf and got a gun, which is pretty nice. I love it when acorns get little Tommy guns. And we shot up a lot of rocks. We shot the rocks real good. And now we have Roxanne's badge. And last stream we ended off getting a nice little Sableye, who, thanks to the great eyebrows, we have named him Hobbs after Hopskin, which is the town where the little green men are from. And apparently I learned that they are also called goblins, which I found very cute, and I love it. I love it so much. But you know what else I love? I also love the fact that Hob has no weaknesses, like any creature of space, and beyond our comprehension. So that's gonna be pretty attractive, especially when we are gonna fight Brawly later today. That's right, because he can't touch us. Like, the only Pokemon I think in Brawly's team that could maybe touch us if it tries is Machop with Identify. I don't think that's gonna be much of a problem. But yeah, we're just gonna level up Sableye a bit, go on to the use Mr. Briny, get up to the beach, and fight some trainers for a little bit. And hopefully when he's around a decent level, we'll put our little gem goblin to the proper fight. A fight he deserves. Alright, we can turn off Oldale Town, and we can turn on Emerald. Probably turn off the loading screen, that would help. There we go. Let me just turn the volume on there. There we go. I'll run it this way. Okay. Alright. So yeah, we got a Hob over here. Hob is a very gentle soul. You know? Gentle little cryptid. Oh, it's a little too cropped. And let me just... There. I'd rather be a little cropped at the top than a little bit on the bottom. Alright. He's got pretty solid stats for his level. Like, for comparison, like, he's closer to Kanga, who, you know, is baby, but is 4 levels higher still. And compared to that, ooh, look at those stats. And attack and special attack aren't too different, which is also pretty good. But I think Sableye mostly learns more physical moves than it does special. Yeah, because right now it really only knows Scratch and Nightshade. But yeah. Oh wait. No. Ah, I do have to do the letter first. Okay. I didn't realize that I had to do the letter first. Thought I could do the beach first. Would you prefer fishing in the sea or stream? I think the sea, from personal experience, because I think with the stream, like, I don't know, I don't feel like it's anything. At least with like the open ocean, you know, you make it some bottom feeders, you know, make it some like cod. Look at something. But like in the river, it's like, buddy, you'll see what you have. Bum, 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 bum. I'll look up Hobbs' little moveset again. Because I remembered it so well, because I didn't. Yeah, in Gen 3. Oh, gotta move my magic gear this way. Oh boy, level 13's gonna learn Astonish. It's basically, it's a little weaker than Scratch, but it'd be basically like his ghost type equivalent of a stab tackle. Wait, shit, did Astonish get buffed this gen? Because I usually remember it being 20 power. Oh, interesting. Apparently Astonish started this gen. First gen with Astonish. Interesting. I thought that's been around since like Gen 1. Huh. Did you get a power debuff at any point? 30. I guess it always has been 30. Okay, it's been 30, which isn't that bad at early game. Like, I'd rather have it than I would rather have it than you know. But well, hey. Wait, how fast does he level up? Does he speed level up, boy? Because that was I can't tell if that was good XP because we're lower level, or if that was just like good shit. Color category, purple. Also, fun fact, Sableye is 1 foot and 8 inches. He's a little guy. He's a little gremlin. Let's see, where does it say it on Therapy? Does it say it on Therapy? Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's on Therapy. It does not say. Though interestingly enough, if you tried to EV train with Sableye, they give you an EV in both attack and defense. Let me check Bulbapedia. They're medium slow. Okay. Let me double check that, because I know the level rates are like funky. So yeah, with medium slow experience groups, most Pokemon in this group are part of a 3-stage evolution line. This one isn't. The group Pokemon also contains regional starters that require This Pokemon levels up relatively quickly at lower levels, and then once at level 25, they tend to slow down a bit. Okay. Alright. Alright. Cool. Very nice, very nice. Oh, I got a fisherman's number, baby. Alright, but we gotta go into the caves. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, Yeah, hopefully again with Brawl, once we get Hobbs at a decent level, I don't think that we're gonna really have any threats till next gym, to like Watson, just because Watson hits really hard and we can't really do any like dirty dodging or anything with like her sand attack with Kanga, because they'll have access to Shockwave, which will just always hit, and for any Pokemon that is not Sableye, it can do Sonic Boom, which will just do 20 damage, which, fun fact, is a lot. But yeah, I think at this rate we just mostly avoid. Also, I've always found it cool that, like, Sableye has both Ruby, Sapphire, and an Emerald on its back. I think that's really cute. You know what would be real cool? If... I know Sableye really isn't part of Sinnoh, so they may just not do it. Well, no, they've had... Yeah, no. He's not usually part of Sinnoh, but I would like if there was, like, a minor regional difference. Where it's, like, not even a type difference, but just, like, a Sableye that has pearls involved, and its design in, like, Sinnoh. I think that'd be cute. Bum bum bum, ba-dum. Bum bum bum, ba-dum, bum bum bum, ba-dum, bum. I wonder if I'm faster than Abra. It's faster. Darn. Bum bum bum, ba-da-dum. Bum bum bum, bum bum bum, ba-dum, bum 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 bum, ba-dum, bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum, ba-dum, bum 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 bum, ba-dum, bum 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 bum, bum bum bum. 500 trump pots. Also, it's really cool to hear that goblins are faster than bats. It's true. I'm actually going to check D&D if that is true. Goblins tend to have a movement speed of 30 feet, but do D&D bats have faster movement speed? Not D7D, D&D. D&D, bats. Bats. Oh yeah. Goblins have the same movement speed, but if they were running, if bats couldn't fly, oh man, those dumb bats wouldn't stand a chance, because if for some reason you ground a bat, like, I guess if you cast Earthbind on a bat, which for anyone who doesn't know D&D, it literally is like the no-fly spell. The bat has 5 feet of walking movement. Like, it just sort of crawls with its, like, little... Oh, I'm no longer fast than bats. But it crawls with, like, its little legs and its little bat wing arms. Because, I often think, like, about, like, rodents in particular that have, like, their not hands. I think about those a lot. I think about animals with not hands a lot in general. Like, bears. Bears can grasp. It's wild. Oh, fuck it. Fuck. Yeah. I'm also looking at Hobbs' moveset, right? And at level 17, they're gonna have Fury Swipes, and Fury Swipes is weird. Because first off, Fury Swipes is a bit better than Bullet Seed, because Bullet Seed is about 10 power per attack. So it's alright, fairly decent, I guess. But Fury Swipes is odd. It's not twice as strong with 20. No, it's 18 power, oddly enough. Which that is just a strange number to have as, like, your attack damage. Because, like, not a lot of the attacks are odd. Well, it's not an even number. It's not an odd number. But it isn't, like, a regular number, you know? It's not in a multiple of 10 like all the other stats. Or the other moves in the game. And it's got an 80% accuracy. So, fun. If you combined it all together, it'd form a wacky, let me check. Because I can do math, I swear, said the man who could not do math. Okay, it could potentially be a 90 power move. Not bad. Could be more Chad. More power. Yeah! There we go, Hob. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, these arrows. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, Hadar? Oh, hi Silver Frog! How are you? I'm doing alright. I've had a pretty chill day today. And mostly been doing two things. I've been mostly playing more Code Vein. Like, I started a new game in it, because of course I did. And I was doing it like, what if I made Hatsune Miku a caster? So I've been trying Hatsune Miku as a caster. I'm already at the water area. And I feel the power now of playing a Souls-like and knowing where the fuck to go. And just being able to take out bosses very quickly. So yeah, and also been watching, I've been watching this YouTuber a lot because he's got long videos, so it's like really good for background noise. I've been watching this guy named Mundigoon, who has this like very good like long video essays where he just talks about like either weird science experiments or what I've mostly been listening to is him doing iceberg videos where it's just him doing like summaries of like weird like cults or like serial killers, because it's just odd. And the way how he explains is because, like, you know how most you know, when you listen to a lot of true crime stuff, you realize, oh wow, most of this is not solved because the cops were incompetent. And you get a lot of him just ragging on like courts and everything, because you'd be surprised how much serial killers get like a slap on the wrist considering their crimes. Like, yeah, they go to jail, but like they have a chance of parole. They'll only serve what, a decade. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, no, very interesting stuff. And again, they're like an hour each, so it's like very good if I just need something in the background to listen into every now and then. Bum, bum, bum. Like, I think the first video I saw about him was him talking about this raft experiment, where basically this guy really like he grew up in like during like the Spanish War, like the Spanish Civil War, and had this weird fixation on like violence and seeing how people are violent. So what he tried to do was he really wanted to see like if if you just had like a group of people together, like say like 8 people, 8 strangers just on a boat for like 100 days, how as they cross like the ocean, would they either like love each other or would they hate each other and tear each other apart? And turns out they're very chill with each other, uh, and everything because they were just people who wanted to have a nice experience. A lot of them were like dealing with a lot of domestic issues, so it was really cool having them form like their own little community. And some of them were like, one of them was like a naval captain, like she knew like how to manage a boat and everything. Like there was like a sense of community, like people had their roles and they sort of knew what they wanted to do, but they didn't know about the nature of the experiment. So the person running it, it sort of shifted from like, yes, they're gonna love each other, to like, I want to see them hate each other. I want to see them tear each other apart. Like they've got to crack at some point. And because of this, he often will try, like during the Sunday experiment, instead of making it about like, oh, how do people react to being in a like enclosed space for a long period of time? Would they be friendly or would they not? To, oh, what's gonna make them snap? And fun fact, nothing made them snap. Because he was being an asshole about it. Like he tried to do like little surveys of like, all right, so I need content, fight already! Yeah, basically, that was him. That was him throughout his whole research period. The whole 100 days. And so, like, the whole time, he is, like, trying to do, like, little surveys to them, like, alright, who do you like the most? And who do you... Alright, wild question. If you had to kill someone, who would it be? I mean, like, anyone here. Like, anyone. It could be anyone. They don't have to know. They don't have to know. You can just write it down. Be very interesting. And like at one point he was like, all right, I'll give you the answers of this like of the survey. Jerry, fucking Charlotte said that she would kill you, out of everyone else. What do you feel about that? And they'll be like, yeah, because like I was like a little bothered by them that day and like I didn't have an answer. So I just put a name down. And they were like, no, that's understandable. I wrote this person's name because I didn't know who I wanted, because I didn't really want to kill anyone. And this guy, he was so frustrated that there was no attempt of violence or anything. And like he was really trying to poke at them, like, oh, don't you hate them? Like, it was kind of a, fucky wucky thing to them to say, and they're like, shut up, old man. I don't care. I know how, and like, his reaction to them not being violent or at each other's throats was so disappointed. Like he was just like he was treating it as if like they didn't understand. Like, oh, okay. No, I see. No, it's alright. You guys just had a peaceful 100-day vacation on this boat. I hope you're happy with yourselves. Like, he was trying to shame them that they had a good time. And like, yeah, no, basically it was like him just trying to provoke, like, passively aggression amongst like these people, and they didn't like they're still friends, even like all of them that are still alive just by like time are like still close friends and everything, like they still keep in touch, and like it's a very good experience from all of them. uh so it's like, imagine this guy trying to like, yes, dude, hate each other, and they're like being friends. It's like, all right, well, maybe they'll fuck each other instead. But he's like in the note, like in the corner writing notes, and they're like, I don't think so. Well, I mean, humans are very social and pack-minded, so it'd be pretty obvious that would happen. Even if they didn't, if they did fight at first, they would eventually figure it out. You know what? You're right. But apparently a lot of people are fixed on this Hobbesian mindset that like people are actually innately savages and are feral and will not follow things. Like, a lot of people are wrapped up with the idea of like, if there is no leader figure, if there is no king or god or whatever, that people must be evil and will act upon their worst instincts, when it's like, that's not fucking at all how people are as like a species. Like, yeah, there are groups of people that can be like that because of behaviors they've been taught over time, or maybe they feel entitled and because of that they may act that way, but as a majority of mankind doesn't tend to act like that. Most people are pretty chill, especially in an environment where they can just have, like, they have to bond. Like, yeah, like, say for example, you work at like a retail store or whatever, like, there may be some people you don't like, but you wouldn't murder them, right? You'd work together with them, or at least attempt to. Like, you know, there's someone in my workplace that like no one likes, but like, we wouldn't kill her. We wouldn't try to do anything violent towards her, you know? It's fucking crazy. But yeah, and apparently the media, when they heard about this experiment going on, they found out the whole premise was either like, oh, either they'll love each other or they'll hate each other. So they took it, the media took it as like, oh, okay, so you wanted to have an orgy boat. You just want to have an orgy sex boat. Sex experiment? Okay. Go off, I guess. And it's like, no! I want the opposite. I want violence! But again, over the 100 days, it was just all scandalized as like the sex boat, the sex raft. And it's a very interesting watch. Ooh, stop saying. And yeah, if you wanted to check it out, check out Windy Goon. He's very good. I think recently for Halloween he did a video about like, sort of like how spooked he is about the sea, because the sea is like so unexplored and everything, and like the weird shit there. Like, you know, he talked about like one mysterious instant of like a boat being completely abandoned, and how people tried to solve this mystery, and like him going like, you know, a lot of people would dismiss, you know, fucking sea monsters, but we know giant squid, like colossal squids, are like a thing. And like it wouldn't explain like how the crew disappeared. I mean, they could have been fucking eaten, because squids are very powerful and ferocious predators. And the reason why we probably don't see them as much is because a lot of predators in the sea, a lot of sea creatures have this habit of going lower. They do vertical migration, where basically they go lower if they notice there's like more traffic, so they just don't want to deal with that shit. But that also means like a few hundred years ago they could have just been more on the surface. And because of that, that could be like why people have like the myths and legends of like the Kraken, because maybe they were just more of a surface level thing. But like what was like the main consensus of like the judge who was considered pompous, and how it what would be the most appropriate modern word to use? Fucking asshat. I know it's 2 words, but don't worry. How much of a fucking asshat this guy was, and like how much he was like convinced that like, no, allegedly, I think they fucking killed each other. Actually, I think there was a mutiny, and they all like killed each other. Actually, and he like tried so hard to like produce evidence. No. He didn't think it was his murder. He thought it was like a boat insurance scheme, because like, you know, it was founded by like a group of like seasoned sailors for England, and was like, hey, we found this boat. It's a little thrashed up, and we want sort of finder fees because we dragged this boat from like 80 miles out at sea and back here. And he was like convinced like, no, this is like insurance fraud. No, I think you've actually been a part of this big conspiracy to have this crew be killed off mysteriously and not only get a finder's fee but reclaim like the boat insurance. And it's like, no, these were all like seasoned sailors. They weren't like just some randos going out to sea having a time. Like, no, these were people whose job was to sail a boat. But no, it's very good. Very good stuff. It's been what I've been watching for like if I just need something to watch recently. Woo! We spooked that Wingle to death. Yeah, spooked him. I think another thing that he was talking about was one incident near Scotland. I think it was like southern Scotland. There was a lighthouse, and how a lighthouse would work back then would basically be there would be like 4 people working on a lighthouse at a time, right? And every few months, like it would rotate. Like there was 4 guys, and 3 of them were on the island, and one of them gets like a month or 2 off. And when he comes back, one of the other guys who's like next to the list gets to go home, while the others take care of the island and whatnot, right? So like that was happening. Ooh, fuck, this guy's gonna surf. Alright, it's no problem. And how for this lighthouse basically describes like a like story about how they that one night a boat came by because they couldn't see the light, and they knew like the lighthouse was there, so they like came up to it, didn't realize like any like signals or anything from the lighthouse, and were reasonably concerned. So they checked it out, and they saw the place was like abandoned. Like it looked like it was like in use like not long ago. Like there was like food in place, there was like, you know, furniture like around it didn't look like a struggle happened. It just looks like they were living their day to day and then they were gone. And they find like you know the people who run a lighthouse, which by the way, I don't know if you knew this, but apparently a person who works at a lighthouse is called a wiki. And I think that's a funny. So yeah, two entries of the wiki, like two wikis wrote down, like confirm, like basically double checking each other, about what happened, and apparently like over the course of like 2 days, there was like this very thick fog that came around the area that like even there's like a house by the shore, not far away, that usually they can see the light, and their job is to report that they can see the light and that the people at the lighthouse, the wikis, are doing their job. Even he couldn't see that shit. It was that thick. And so they talk about that. They talk about how this storm is going off and how like insanely loud the thunder is and how they're like praying to God like for hours. And you know, an entry for like a day later or so is this last one where it just says simply, finally, God is above all. And it's dated the same day that the people like came on to the island to check up on the wikis, and they're just fucking gone. And apparently it was the inspiration for the lighthouse, which I can fucking see that because the lighthouse is knucking futz, and I can see that level of insanity happening. Because first off, if you haven't checked out The Lighthouse, very good film. I think it's one of my favorite films that's come out it's one of the last movies I saw in theaters, actually. Yeah, or at least since pre-pandemic. Because that came out in like 2019. Yeah, that came out like late 2019. Yeah, it was probably one of the last films I saw in theaters. Very good film though. It's directed by the same guy that did The Witch. And it's got such an atmosphere. And I think it's really good that it's like, alright, we just get William Dafoe and the guy who played Edward in Twilight and have them in close space and make them go insane. It's so good. And like also the film is made to not only is it like all black and white, but like how it its ratio is like it's like a film, like no it's like an older film in the sense where like it just is smaller. It's a small square. I don't even, is it 3x4? I think it's a little smaller than 3x4. I think it's like, it wouldn't be 35 milliliter. It'd be a little smaller than that. But it's like, it looks smaller than the screen you'd be watching in, is basically what I want to convey. And because of that, it really makes you like focus, and like, you don't even realize, like it's like when most films were like, maybe there's like something that's like, ooh, this film's sort of different, and you notice it for like the first few minutes, but then you get like invested and you just don't notice anymore. It's like the like another example I have of this is like when you look at like Into the Spider-Verse, where that film has, like, I remember seeing trailers for Into the Spider-Verse before it came out and thinking, wow, the frame rate is really weird with its animation. Like, it's almost stop motion-esque with how, like, almost jittery it seems. And, like, you sort of see that in, like, clips, maybe. But like when you're watching the film, it's very smooth and very, very natural. But they just do that because it looks good for the film, you know, in the art style, and for a lot of the action sequences. But out of context, it just seems a little weird and not traditional. Uh-oh, too bad. Oh, wow. I can't believe these kids don't even have a dollar between them. Pathetic. Wow, and only Lola's brave enough to give me her number. Oh, that's cute. Aww. Zigzagoon helps up clean up the sea. That's cute. Oh, it's a fan club. Okay. Let's see. Alright, we can get into like level 16. Wait, can I get him to an above area? You know, an area above. Oh, I can't just let him. Yeah, I don't think I can get past group 10 because I think there's like the thugs, the boys blocking the ways. Spookies. Oh. But yeah, so far, because I don't think you were here yesterday, you may be wondering, oh, why is this little guy named Hobbs? The reason why his name is Hob is, the Great Eyebrows the other day, helped me out coming up with a name for him, and he suggested Hob, because it's like in reference to Hopeskin. Hopeskin is the town where, you know, like when people like talk about aliens being little green men, that's where it comes from, that incident. And I found that like really interesting, especially because I didn't know the little green men were first called goblins, because they have they're described to have like goblin ears, and like their eyes, like they suggested that because they think the eyes were like as empty, and like, yep, that's the Sable Eye. And it's like, I see it. Because they look like, if you look at pictures of people trying to draw them, it's like they have no thoughts. Their heads are completely empty. I should probably get also some like healing items. Yeah, I would like to sell these X shits. Also, fun fact: the family that found reported on the little green men, the little goblins, apparently were in fear of these goblins for 4 hours, in which they were participating in a shootout against the supposed goblins, or were attempting to shoot them. So yeah, they were, again, I want to emphasize, shooting guns for 4 hours dealing with this shit in Kentucky. Like, you know, fucking, like, you know, local police showed up, some deputies showed up, a handful of, like, state rangers showed up. Like, it was like, yeah, they heard gunshots going off for hours, and we're like, what the fuck's going on? Munch Chew. Oh, hi, it's Ricky. I love eating on the beach. Pokemon and I've been doing great. Well, we've been fully fueled. I'm gonna go for a swim. Bye. Wait. I'm a dingus. I'm a dingo. My favorite YouTuber, Dingo Dingus. Ah. Do you dare brush me off? It's not my fault if you cry. Calm down. Laura, like, you gotta calm down like a little bit, okay? We don't need to make people be crying. Besides, you're gonna hurt my feelings if you do that, and I don't want my feelings hurt. Bum, ba-da-da-dum, bum, bum. Oh. Oh. Also find it very interesting that Meditate buffs physical moves. Like, I don't know, I would think especially because, you know, it's a psychic move. It's like, you get Zen and everything. I would think it would boost, like, your special attack, right? And, like, that would be pretty good for Medicham. Because, like, it is psychic fighting, and, like, its attack stats are balanced, so it really could perform either role. Or even if it did, like, a growth effect where it boosted both, that'd be crazy. That would make Meditate always worth it, wouldn't it? Oh, it's meditating. It's a fast boy. It's a fast little monkey. I hope the funny boy gets flinched. Okay, he's just leering. That's good. That's good. Dude, these Metatites just wanna like sit down and be zen. They do not want violence. I wish not for fighting. I just want to be happy. Oh, this Machop's trying so hard to do one hits. I'm gonna howl. Dead. I don't want to know. How could this? He lost his way. He did the funny Kill la Kill song reference. Don't lose your way. Come on. Boom, boom. Hey Mac, how you doing? I am not doing a Nuzlocke, but I do have the Nuzleaf. I do have the funny Nuzleaf that started the Nuzlocke thing. This is a monotype run. Not a hardcore Nuzlocke where you only have one type. I'm just using dark types, and that is the entire gimmick. But yeah! Right now we're dealing with Brawly's Gym, which with thanks to Lil Hob, our little Sableye, this is gonna be easy. It's more so when we get to Watson, I think we're gonna have a little trouble. Mostly because up until... We're gonna have like a weird spot between Watson and Norman, because with Watson and Flannery, they've got a lot of good Pokemon that we just don't have a lot of good coverage for. Because like with Watson, we can't be dirty and try to fuck around with their accuracy. I think Let me double check, because I don't think... Fury Swipes is actually going to be more likely weaker? Well... Fuck it. I'll give it a shot. Yeah, Fury Swipes sure is not good. And it's like a weird move, too. Like, it has 18 power per swipe. Like, instead of, like, a number divisible by 10. Like, any other move in this game. So, yeah. Hey, it's better than Bullet Seed, at least. Bah. Like, Bullet Seed is so sad in this game. It's a 10 power move. Well, Absorb's never been good. Hey, Absorb is more powerful than Bullet Seed on average. Cause like, Absorb is just the baby's first like drain move before they get like Mega Drain or something. But like, Bullet Seed is bad, and the only thing that Bullet Seed's got going for it is that it's a special move. I guess? Yeah, okay. I'm Brawly, Dewford's gym leader. I've been crunched in the rough waves of these parts, and I've grown tough in the pitch black cave. So you want to challenge me? Let me see what you're made of. I'm made of cheating. I brought my gem eating ghost. Meow. would really find it funny if it flinched. If I spooked it enough. If I spooked it. Oh! Silver Frog has returned. You have returned for Hobbs' slam dunking Brawly. Oh look, he's gotten a potion. Look at him. Oh wow, he's so great. Prime strategist. Up. Ah. I bully him. He cannot. I don't think he can. Like, maybe if he's got foresight. But I don't think this Machop has foresight. Yeah. Yeah. This is how this fight becomes easy. Like, I knew Roxanne was gonna be easy because we'd get Bullet Seed for our Nuzleaf, Kronos. So like we can sweep him there. But Brawly, we just get a Ghost Boy who can't be hit. Again, it's Watson I'm sort of spooked about. Because we're only gonna have these 3 Pokemon, and none of them are gonna be particularly great against Watson's team. I am not cheating. Nah, these are all dark types, babe. Well, actually, yes, I am cheating. I'm dark type. I'm only using dirty moves. Oh no, the PSN is cheating? The PlayStation? Also, this thing. Oh, okay, I was curious if it was just gonna try and go for Focus Punch. Because this Meditite usually only goes for, like, Focus Punch. Up. Oh, buddy. There's no special moves that we're gonna be using. He's like, impossible! He was still thinking, he thought ghost types were special, not physical. Ooh. He was like, I was getting swole. I set up my barrier. Nothing can get past my barrier. Nah, you're going down. I don't care about your defense. Oh shit, that could be a good way for us to counter. For special defense is good. That might be a good way to counter Watson. Interesting. Those are thoughts, Pan. Because how Nightshade works is it just goes off your level for damage, which at that point would be stronger than Sonic Boom. I would just have to worry about if I can handle Shockwave well enough. Because, like, honestly, I think it's more of a matter of dealing with the Meditite and Magnite, Magnemite, and Magneton, just because they're very bulky. This is not a Nuzlocke. No, it's a Monotype run. So I'm the only challenge is I'm only using dark types. If it was a Nuzlocke, I would say it's a Nuzlocke. No, I could be a baby with Nuzlocke sometimes. I just don't usually commit to them. Like, I start off doing Nuzlocks and then I just don't. Like, granted, I didn't stream any, so that may be like a thing too. But like, yeah, I'm more interested in the monotype. So the monotype challenge. Because I've been inspired by Nuzlocke to do this. But I don't want it to just be a Nuzlocke. I just want to experience how this type works in a game. Because, like, I could not do a Nuzlocke for, like, for example, rock type only for Platinum. Just because that game is so harsh to rock types. Like, I would have had to restart so much with Scardenia alone, let alone by how many times it would take to get to, like, Crash Awake, and deal with him. Or, God forbid, the Elite Four. Like, so Frog, you were there during the Cynthia event. You think I could do something like that? With a Nuzlocke? No! Cynthia, go burr! Cynthia theme intensifies. The piano starts playing, I sweat. I know I probably said this a few times, but I'm still surprised to this day that the first champion I have beaten, like, ever as a kid was Cynthia. And mind you, my first Pokemon game was, like, Leaf Green. So, like, this isn't because I haven't played another Pokemon game and it's, like, the only one I played. No, like, in Leaf Green, I could never get past, like, I think I do know I got into Blue and I did beat a champion before. But, like, for most runs and attempts, I would often get stuck at, like, Lance a lot of the time, growing up. And it's mostly because of level caps, I realize now. Leaf Green next? I mean, I have thoughts about what I want to do after this, and I am considering maybe doing a fire type only run of Leaf Green. Because fun fact, Leaf Green has one more fire type than Pokemon Fire Red. Because Magmar is exclusive in Leaf Green. So yeah, funny Venusaur game have more fire types than funny Charizard game. What do you want? Oh, you want to read this sign? I'll read it for you. Let's see. I think it says something like life in the seas, endless. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it says. It's true, I do know Arcanine is Poggers. I learned that in the Black and White 2 playthrough. But no, I'd have to have Vulpix if I want to have my full team. Oh wait, I already talked to you. When this operation's over, I'll take a hot spring spa day. That's what our leader said. I can't wait. Aw, fuck yeah, Archie. Treat your boys. Ooh, so far he's got big plans. Yeah, big plans in mind out of my Reborn playthrough. But it's still very... Well, what's your thought? Give me your thoughts. Give me all of them. Hi, I'm Bo Burnham and welcome to the internet. Tell me every single thought. Hey, you there. Don't butt in. Don't cut in fucking line. There's something we need in the museum. We should take it all. Like, just the whole museum. Like, I'll put it in a fucking Pokeball. Wait. Oh no, I realized Cat wasn't is Cat not showing? Because I haven't been seeing it on stream. Can someone type in chat? Double check. Oh no. No, not. Oh no. What's going on? No. Is it behind my loading screen? No. What the hell? What's going on, chat? Here, I guess I'll make like a duplicate layer, see if that works. No, I checked. It's not. It's on the top of my OBS layers of everything. So it should be like the thing that's above everything. I guess I'll try to duplicate it. I want to copy it. No, it's... Yeah, no, it's got the eye icon visible. No, it's not hidden. That's the weird thing. I'm moving it around, because it should be in like this upper corner. Yeah, it should be like in this upper corner right here. Oh, that's so weird. Twitch works. Yeah, it's so weird. Hey man, they may be thieves, but fucking Archie goes like, hey, if we're gonna steal something from you, we're gonna pay like the $5 that it takes to come in. Alright, we're not gonna be assholes. We're not gonna steal you blind, okay? Give you something. Oh, that's so weird. Here, I'm gonna try moving chat. I guess I'm gonna have to... What's that? Oh, okay, no, that's different. Blurred's chat. Here, oh no, I had cap lock, so it was like lowercase chat. Yeah, I know. Alright, chat 2. Electric Boogaloo, let's go. Oh no, I've forgotten things. You know what? I'll just deal with it. I'll deal with it. Oh no. Oh no, OBS. Okay, that's weird. Because that's right above where chat would be normally. Wait. Okay. Now hold up. I've got this. Copy that. Me, I'll do it later. Actually, no, I'm a fucking liar. Chat 2. Paste. Let's get rid of that old chat. Yeah, let's get an old boring chat. Alright. Hi. Hi, OBS. Can you start fucking working again? Hi, can you be synced up to chat? That'd be real nice of you. I tried Streamlabs instead. I found it actually better for creating basic scenes. I've not looked into Streamlabs that much, and also I don't think it's showing still. Not unless chat lag is like super bad for some reason. Or like if the link's fucked up. somehow after like 2 months, that's not how links work. Okay, well, I guess, if you want to see chat, folks, oh! Chat's showing up! Chat's showing up now! Yes! Yes! Hell yeah! Fuck yeah! The boys can now chat. Now when it goes on to YouTube at YouTube/PanNaps, people can see it. It's also like yeah. Here, I don't know, because like here, I'll move it. Because I think I put it there because I think throughout most battles, it doesn't go too much in the way. Though on this road, it's not so flattering. Reminds me of the times I lined up to buy Smash 8 games. Why are we even lining up and paying? We should just march in. Our boss is brilliant. Teamwork was a policy of assembling and... Totally self-promoting your own channel, so much hate. Totally not a shameless plug. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. And, you know, I'm not going to show you where you could go and subscribe to this YouTube channel if for whatever reason you would want to, I don't know, if you'd want to look back on these streams after 2 weeks when they're no longer preserved on Twitch, or if you want to share to your friends, a lot more easier. It'd be a real shame if I were just to put, I don't know, fucking this in chat. That would be so fucking weird. Oh, would you look at that? PanNaps commented something in the chat, and appears to be it's a pretty cool YouTube channel. Yeah, it's got a lot of my content on there. I think, you know, it's really good to check out. Ooh, wait, what's this? Oh, it's got most of my Code Vein playthrough on there, and ooh, the entirety of Black and White, my first experience of Black and White 2. Oh man, oh jeez. Would you look at that? This is such a natural conversation. It's okay, guys. I won't chill that much. I'm judging you so hard. Well, if you want to judge me any time of day, not just when I'm streaming, I can give you to the right place for that. You see, quite recently I've developed a Discord of which I made public instead of only for 10 people who I know. So I'm just gonna get that little funny link there. You know, if you want to go to my Discord, I'm just gonna plop that over there if you want to come on by. You'll have a good way to, you'll talk to some other fans, and you'll also have ways to know when I'm streaming in my schedule. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Soul Frog. Do you not like me advertising myself? This is how you make it big in the business. This is advertising. It's marketing. You gotta shamelessly shill yourself to be good at the business. Hi, this is Roxanne of Rust Bros City. I heard from Raleigh that you're moving up to the ranks of the trainers at that incredible clip. What? Well, I'd rather not think that I can't beat you. I promise I'd shape up my gym so that you may challenge us again. Man, I wish you could do rematches in Gen 3. But we had to wait till like Gen 4 for that? Ah. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. bum, 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 bum. Oh wait, no, I don't think it's this building. I always get it confused whenever I do this one because like it's a different building. This one's south. It's this building. I always confuse it because I know they're both places. If this goes here, then that goes over there. And where does this thing go? And what about this doohickey? I can't make heads or tails of this. Hi, I'm Doc. Captain Stern commissioned me to design a ferry. Oh, that there. Are they Devon goods? That won't do. Sure. The transportation vehicle. I mean, I guess. Don't you think it's strange that the ship's made out of heavy iron floats? It floats because of the principle called buoyancy. That just makes me think of like... So, hi, it's Pan History Hours. So, the Civil War was pretty wild because... First off, no one knew what they were fucking doing. Because, like, you know, the country was fractured in two, for the reasons we all fucking know. And during that process, like, you know, the Union had an army, like, they had people who, like, knew what they were kind of doing, but not the generals. Like, they didn't have the generals, but they had, like, some organization. Meanwhile, the South had, like, the complete opposite problem. The Confederates had, like, the best generals, but, like, the U.S. was, like, you know, remember, like, these are our good generals. These are the ones that are, like, our boys. Like, they know how to do warfare. But most of the South soldiers were just, like, people who lived there, and were, like, the damn Unions walk into my fucking farm? I gotta fight them! I gotta fight my boys! Especially because, you know, the South was only winning when we fought in their turf instead of them coming up north where it's a lot harder to fight. So, like, no one knew what the fuck they were doing. But, like, people in the US were, like, trying really hard to, like, one-up each other. They charge 50 cents. But they're, like, trying really hard to outdo each other. Yeah, there was the whole slavery thing. Yeah, that whole thing. I got another side rant about that. So yeah. In the process of trying to one up each other so much, they would the reason why the U.S. is the first country to have floating metal boats, is because they're like, God damn it. The other America's making cooler boats. We gotta make cooler boats. Cause like, the 1800s is a weird time where a lot of countries have like, sort of peacetime, but also building a lot of weapons and experimenting with them in case wartime does come. Which is why World War I's a clusterfuck. But in a result, it just led to like, the Union and the Confederates is both making metal boats, and it was like the biggest fucking deal in the world, where it's like, Jesus Christ, these like fucking hicks across the sea have made the best like naval innovation like in the world, and they made two of them to fight each other. And like technically because of that, it sort of elevated our Navy to like the peak instead of the British Navy, which was just good because it had naval strategy and a lot of fucking boats. I didn't have 50 cents, so it took a long time getting the receptionist. Oh my god. But no, okay, so the side rant thing. So we all know we all know Civil War was about this whole, like, slavery thing, right? But I find it so fascinating that Abraham Lincoln, like, he wasn't really for slavery, but he was a politician. Like, he was a cutthroat politician. So, like, he didn't particularly care for it. But he wasn't gonna, like, stop it because it was giving the US, like, fucking money. He only really made it a deal, in the Civil War because the Confederates' big plan was, because they noticed that they tend to win while people are fighting on their turf and they can't really expand up to the Union. How they would get the upper hand is that they pulled the exact same trick America did when they formed in the Revolution, and get a foreign power to back them up and validate them. And so, like, their plan was to appeal to England and being like, hey, England, you know those guys who were being assholes to you like 50 years ago? Well, we sort of want to have those guys get shut the fuck up and start our own nation. That's way cooler. And by the way, fun fact, England was still very racist at the time, but they moved on from slavery. Like, they've stopped that. They've gone more into the racist era of, like, just hiring, you know, people who aren't white just at lower class positions or servitude things, but actually paying them. Like, actually giving them some payment. Yeah. So, like, Abraham Lincoln saw that, like, oh shit, that's gonna be so bad if they actually do that thing. So after Gettysburg, where we have, like, a big victory from the South with them trying to go up north for once, which, by the way, Gettysburg is its own fucking story, which I'll probably get into this, because I'm in a Civil War history moment. But so, okay. So yeah, like, Abe goes over here and goes like, okay, I need to find a way to get the British not involved in this shit. Hi, KB. I'm going off about the Civil War. So, like, Abe's approach to stop the Confederates from not being a part of the U.S. is him going like, okay, so if they're gonna go for England for advice, right, to get power and to be backup, I'm just gonna go up after we had a victory and go like, hey, what up, guys? This is about slavery, let's go! And when he said that, England was like, oh shit, you guys support slavery still? And the Confederate was like, no, babe, I swear, babe, I didn't mean it, babe, come on, you know me. So they didn't support them, reasonably enough. Because of that, yeah. So because of that, it just sort of crumbled. And it was also right after Gettysburg, where Gettysburg is a wild fucking battle. Also I'm seeing, also during the war, it's like the medical dark ages, using chloroform and whiskey as anesthetics. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, like, oh god, because, like, fucking, the Civil War has, like, one of the highest American death rates. Not only because all of the soldiers are American, but also just because, like, no one knew what they were fucking doing, and, like, no one really understood what was going on, except, like, really politicians. So, like, yeah, a lot of people fucking died, medicine wasn't good enough for it, so yeah, it was a clusterfuck. But let me tell you about fucking Gettysburg, alright? So, Gettysburg happens when the South thinks, hey, we've got a fuckload of people. Hey, we've got the best generals. What we gotta do is we gotta move up towards the Union and sort of like claim dominance, right? So we gotta go up towards like Virginia. No, the South is Virginia, so you had to go out of Virginia. And what happens is the North tries, because Gettysburg is it's very mountainous, it's very hilly. So what the Union did is they like took up on the mountains to be defensive, right? You know, shoot down anyone coming up, to be like, no, get the fuck out, stop. They, you know, during this sort of siege like event, they were running out of ammo. And so the general at the time was like seeing that, like, you know, the Confederates are climbing up Gettysburg, they're getting up to it. So what he decides to do is go up to the boys and go like, all right, men, here's what's happening. We're gonna get out our bayonets, put them on our rifle, put them on our muskets, and we're just gonna fucking run them. What we're gonna do is, it doesn't matter, we have no ammo, we can't shoot them, but what we can do is run at them with pointed sticks. And it fucking works, because these like farmers that have just sort of become like a mob, because that was basically the Southern Army, just basically saw like a few platoons of men running down with essentially gun swords, and when Jesus fucking Christ, no fucking way, I'm fucking out of here, I don't want to get stabbed, and that worked. Yeah, also, Robert E. Lee surrendered in April 9th of 1865, the final battle which fought... Ah, did not know that. God, that reminds me that Texas was also a country for, like, a little bit. Like, Texas really... Like, the ego of Texas makes so much more sense when you realize that the fact that Texas was once a sovereign nation, and that's probably why they're assholes about it. Yeah, no, it's fucking weird. Like, I took APUS, so, like, when I was 16, I learned how just, like, fucking weird the US is. Like, it's so weird to me, right? And yet they still have nothing on Florida. God, how we acquired Florida was fucking wild, too. Because Andrew Jackson would have, like, one of the most morally bankrupt presidents, up there with the previous one that we had, just sort of went, fuck it, I'm taking Florida. And just decided to do an invasion on Florida before he was a president. And then he just succeeded. And he hired pirates to take Louisiana. No, he hired pirates from Louisiana to just, like, attack Florida and invade it. And was very determined to get Florida for some fucking reason to expand, I guess. And he was very unethical about it. Dude, Andrew Jackson woke up every day of his fucking life and chose two things. One, violence, and two, hating banks. And also native people. But also the banks. Because this man, first off, I just want to tell you, Andrew Jackson is a man who claims to be so bold and, like, headstrong and aggressive, but, like, he had so much internal issues. Like, he was basically rotting in the inside. Like, quite literally. Like, his stomach didn't work. I think he had, like, liver problems. maybe something with his fucking spleen. It might as well have. And like, he was so paranoid too, and like aggressive. Like literally one day he came in and Secretary of State walked in and Andrew Jackson was like, the banks are fucking killing me. Big banks, I hate them. Hamilton! There are good reasons to hate banks. There really are. But he hated them because it made him not rich. And he was very, in the modern sense, very conservative and just wanted his money. And only wanted him to have money. So, yeah, I think... Yeah, I don't think it should be on the $20 bill, is my thing. And that's all else I'm gonna say about Andrew Jackson. Those pirates later fuck up the Caribbean trade routes because they don't have jobs anymore, because the U.S. is no longer paying them. God. But, what was I before the Andrew Jackson rant? Yeah. No, just fucking... The U.S. is wild, alright? Because let me give you, like, the overview of, like, the ego of America. Because, like, before, right? Gettysburg. Looks off the distance. Gettysburg. But, like, the U.S. starts off, right? No. Like, alright. So the colonies happen, right? Colonies happen, and a lot of British people live in the colonies because, you know, the fucking British own America. It's like either Britain or France. And around the time of, like, in the 1700s, late 1700s, you know, because they were a part of colonization. They were, not having a great, they were, owned. So basically, you know, one thing you hear a lot about when you're in school is the what was it? It was basically the idea that they can't, vote on any taxes or anything involving the colonies, and England just says, fuck you, we own you. And so, like, that's, like, the thing a lot of people are taught is the reason why the war happens, or, like, why the Civil War, not Civil War, the Revolution happened. That's not quite true, mostly because, like, I know a lot of the taxes that the colonists were dealing with weren't, like, they weren't actually that horrible. They just were something the rich people used to make people angry. Because, like, the only thing that they mattered was, like, upper class people going, like, wait, hold up. I don't want to be taxed. I just want profit. And then the rich people were also like, wait a minute, so you're telling me you're not gonna allow us to sell our goods to, like, Italy or something because you owed us? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I want to sell my tobacco to fucking Spain. Alright, what if I want to sell my fucking furs to France, okay? Like, why can't we be like that like it is in Canada? Huh? Is it just because France owns Canada? Well, fuck that shit. We had a 7-year war about it. And so, the rich people get all bothered by that, want to make more profit, and want to do it more legally instead of, like, you know, getting arrested for selling shit outside of England. And so you get, like, the whole, upper class trying to drum up the middle class to get angry about it. And so that they can profit off of it and be rich, actually. If someone wants to know how it went down in the modern sense, it's if Alaska suddenly said, wait, we have to pay taxes? Fuck your taxes! Fight me! Yeah, no, it really is. It really is like that, essentially. That's what a lot of people says. But think about it like this: it's more like Alaska says, like, "Oh wow, we really have our oil, and we really enjoy that." Wait, you're taxing us, and you're not and we don't have a say in it? Oh, and also, you're taxing me on my oil? But I like making money off my oil. You know what? Fuck you. Fight me. Alright? I want to sell my oil to, like, Russia or something. I don't know. I don't care. Maybe I want to sell my oil to someone else. So it'll be like that. And, you know, America goes through, like, the fucking, like... America is so fucking lucky that it won that it won the revolution, because in all reality, we really just we all just were really fucking lucky, and we just happened to win and make connections. Because there should have been many times in the revolution we should have been fucking got, but we didn't. So then we won. So we talked to France, and then we won. Yeah. The rich were just wine asses. They made enough money, and they wanted high taxes. Like, look throughout history. Yeah. That's just it. And like, they decided to make a country out of it, because like, all right, I'm going into another fucking tangent here. Like, it's so fascinating to me how, like, America Day One is built on capitalism. Like, it is literally built, like, England came here to explicitly exploit the resources of America. And because of that, they wanted to just profit. And so, like, a lot of people living in the colonies were like, hey, I just want profit, because that's what I've been told I could do here. I can get a new opportunity, and I can own land here. So like, I want own thing. I want money handed over. I want to own land, even if it's not ethical. So yeah, that happens. And then you get like a really weird period of America stumbling around itself for like another 80 years, because like they can't really agree on slavery, and if it's cool or not, because like the North was like, hey, that gives us money, so like I'm complacent, but also kind of fucked up though, but then again, most of the people who, you know, were big in Revolution were Southerners and Virginians. Like George Washington, I think George Washington was an alright guy. Kind of fucked up he did own slaves though for his farm, even if he did release them after death. He could have done that when he was alive. But yeah, there was a period of time where Thomas Jefferson was like, hey, fuck it, I'm president and we can be a self-sustaining country. We don't need any trade, have a complete embargo of our own nation, and just survive off the land. And reasonably, no one fucking liked that. Which is funny considering how super self-centered America has always been. Because America has always been very neutral and very much in the sense of being neutral and not getting involved in other affairs that don't involve America specifically, which will be a funny ironic thing later in American history, but very much like that doesn't affect us, we're gonna stay in our own little spot, we're on the other side of the fucking ocean, we'll deal with this side. Also in perspective, these were people that thought you were a witch if you don't sing. Oh my fucking god. So, I'm just going off of tangents here. I'm going off so many fucking tangents, but I just have a lot of lore of the United States, and it drives me crazy sometimes. Or just history. Because history is so fucking weird, and people have no idea what they're doing, like, half the time. Like, as, not just, like, a person, but, like, people, right? So, one of my favorite, and by favorite I mean just, like, most fascinating ways how, people would test if you're a witch. Because I looked at this in, like, middle school when I had to do, like, a project on the Salem witch trials, or, like, write something about it. I was interested, because, like, I think Salem witch trials is a very interesting point in time. A lot of periods of time are interesting, but, like, I think it was just interesting because, like, it's such a state of paranoia and everyone pointing fingers at each other when it's really just girls having a malevolent, like, just a bunch of these girls just pulling off the most epic prank. Yeah, so my favorite method that I saw, and I saw this in, like, multiple sources when looking it up, because I was like, no, this can't be, like, a thing. This has to be fucking made up. So there are a few methods to tell if someone is a witch. There is, of course, the classic, if you sink, you're a person, but if you float, you're a witch. There's one method where, like, hey, if you have a wart and it doesn't bleed, that's a tit for your familiar to suck through, and you're a witch, actually, I've decided. There also is a very, very elaborate method to tell if someone is a witch, where you get someone who you think is cursed by this witch, right? And they have to piss into a rye cake, so like a cake, like a bread, like a very dry cake, while you're making it. Then feed it to a dog. Alright, so I want to recap all this. If you're cursed, alright, and you want to accuse someone as the witch, you have to piss into some dough when you're making a cake, and then feed it to a dog. If someone topples over in pain while the dog is eating the piss cake, they are the witch. That is something I looked up in 2014 and saw it in a few places, and like it's just one of those fun facts that I pull up when I just want to talk about how fucking weird history is. So there's that shit. But yeah, and that was before it was America. That was like still like very early colonies. What string of law? That's what I'm wondering. I have no idea. Like, I wanna be there and understand, because I understand, you know, like, this is a period of like paranoia, and like everyone's pointing fingers at each other. These like 14-year-old girls are being bastards and like pointing at everything, and these people are trying to like claim any sense of authority and trying to go like, oh well, this is the thing, this is the way ho, someone's a witch. But like, cause okay, I gotta hydrate because like my throat's getting dry from just ranting about this. Okay, so for this to be a method, right, that implies that one, this was something that was at least done once. This event had happened once, at the very least, and this is how one of the witches was hanged. Because back in Salem witch trials, they were like, hey, the witch burnings from like 300 years ago were like super unethical and like inhumane, so we're just gonna hang them instead. Because that's quicker. Because that was the thing they did. So it implies that it is how one woman got convicted of the crime of being a witch. At the very least, it happened once. But it being recorded also implies it could have happened multiple times. Which... oh, God. And, like, when you look at the victims of the Salem witch trials, like, because again, I want to remind you, because I said this earlier, but I want to remind you, the Salem witch trials is really the result of, like, kids of the upper class of this town not liking their babysitters and then blaming them and like not wanting them to babysit them anymore and being evil 14-year-olds and convincing them that like, oh, they showed us this like weird trick. They're witches, actually. They practice like Satan stuff and everything. And like, so like a lot of the people that were, King is evolving. But like a lot of people that were accused of being witches were usually like, if they were, you know, not white, like a nanny, if they were homeless, were like typical people that would be pointed at. And it just sort of escalated to the point where like they couldn't really just say, haha, it's just a prank, bro. So they just really had to commit to the bit. It's so much more likely that they did it this often. They had a detailed instructions of the process. I know, right? Oh, but no, it's crazy. Yeah, King became a big doggo. Let's just check out how fucking strong. Whoa! 43! Nice! That's so good! Oh, it's so good at this point in the game. And now it's gonna intimidate. Fuck yeah. But yeah. Also, there's one bit of sort of like lore that I really like about how someone becomes a witch. Oh, it's nice until you get to the Elite Four where Kinga's only role is gonna throw out for an Intimidate. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, King, I don't know, I think King is gonna stay on the team, and I think, honestly, my prediction is that we're not gonna have a shift tree in this party. At least by the Elite Four. That's what my guess is. I could be wrong. She has to. We have to intimidate Sydney's intimidating dog. Yeah. One of my favorite bits of like lore about the Salem witch trials is how one keeps how someone becomes a witch is like you go out into the woods and you meet someone who is presumably Satan, because you know he takes in a lot of forms and everything, and he asks you to sign his book, and if you sign his book in blood, he will teach you witchcraft by basically selling your soul. And I don't know, I just think that's a pretty metal way to become a witch. Or a warlock, because guys also could have been witches, but it was mostly women. If you don't keep both of them, you won't have a full team of 6. There are 7 eligible dark types in this game. So someone's gonna be switched out. this guy's fucking schmoovin'. He's going. He's going for speed. Fishing like got all snarled up and I'm getting frustrated and mean. That's it. Fight me! God. Oh, I got Tiny there. I don't know why I got Tiny when I was taking a sippy. Welcome to Pan's History. Welcome to my History channel. The real History channel is canceled. I am History channel now. By the way, the method you described earlier is called a witch cake. Oh, fun! I'm glad you looked it up to double check it's real. Cause yeah. Oh my god. Oh, this is the witch cake. What is it? Well, we put piss in a bread cake and yeah, no, the US has always been a clusterfuck because like, you know, you get like the period between like the Revolution and the Civil War, where like America is just trying to fucking get an identity other than like revolution is cool now, and like they're like, oh fuck, we have to actually be a nation, and they're kind of assholes about it. I think at one point in this era, that's when Texas becomes a country because people are like, fuck it. We want to make our own rules, and we're gonna go in this big plot of land in the middle of the fucking desert, and make it our own, and we're gonna fight the Mexicans so then we get more land because we said our borders were like right over here when our borders weren't there. And so like that's why that the Rio Grande is a very important river because let's just say Texas should be smaller. It should be smaller, like their PP. Ha ha ha. So yeah, they get a big ego boost there, and that's why Texas becomes like the Lone Star, the big macho man, because they have a history, a deep lore of white people wanting to have a real white nation. Like this is like slightly before or after Civil War. No, it's like probably during Civil War. And then they ran out of fucking money, and then we're like, hey, United States, I know we said we wanted to get rich and have our own country, but what if we were all to get along together and, add another state into the collection, huh? And then we're like, okay, yeah, sure, I guess. So yeah, and then you have the Civil War where America finally like is like one nation and not just like saying that we're not two different eras or like two different nations just combined into one. Well, technically we would be like 30 nations because like how America used to be governed, like in early America, was like a bit more of an extreme of what it is now, in the sense where quite literally the concept of America, like of the United States, was that it would become a series of small nations, the states, having their own governments, and then just a unifying government to be like, hey, here's sort of like the overall ground rules, and like we'll talk about laws and shit together. Like it's like the idea of it was more of a old time UN for that part of the world. But then it just became, a country, especially post Civil War, because they were like, we actually gotta fucking get along. Unfun fact, the whole isolation attitude, the lawmaker country, but the lawmakers continues to promote even today. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I'll go into more detail about that when we get to more modern history, because oh boy, the 20th century things get fucking wild. But you know, after the Civil War, when the United States actually becomes like a semi-functional country, the Industrial Revolution happens, and the Industrial Revolution is when America becomes like, hey, you know, if you're like a plantation owner, you can become capitalist. Now there's so many other ways to become capitalist. And so, that's like, if anything, I think that's like when like the modern sense of like the American dream is like really, like, the American dream is already like really emphasized in a, I'm learning more from Pan than I did at school. Because, like, slightly before and after the Civil War was, like, the real manifest destiny belief. The idea that, like, first off, America is entitled to the entire continent of the United States, anything the Louisiana Purchase and forward. And also the idea that, you know, you can become the rich man you've always wanted to be, the land of opportunity. You know, you can move on to this place in the West and get your own land, get your own roots. You know, you won't have to be just another poor guy. And that was really advertised around this point in time, in the 1800s in particular. Like, you know, you had like the Lewis and Clark expedition prior to prior to the Civil War, and after it, fun fact, send a greeting to the grass. Okay, well, hi there, Zubu. Welcome to me ranting about the United States history. Oh, Mac. Oh. Are we about to go into the Western expansion to California Gold Rush? I don't know much about the California Gold Rush. I know more about the Alaskan Gold Rush, though. Which is funny, because Alaska's been a place that historically only uses limited resources, and it's like the only really interesting thing about it. Yeah, let's see. But yeah, the whole manifest destiny idea also is, okay, cool. The whole thing about manifest destiny as well is that, like, with like anyone coming into the United States, like from the Civil War, they would get like, specifically Irish were moving, like immigrating a lot to the U.S. because the potato famine was happening at the same time. So they would come here, and basically the U.S. would be like, hey, yo, do you want citizenship? Join the Union. Because the only time the U.S. would ever say join a union. But yeah, it was basically like, hey, join the Union and you'll just become a citizen. So you have a lot of immigrants coming in, a lot of Irish people, which apparently America, because it's always been xenophobic, has hated people who weren't from America. So like they treated them pretty shitty. They died to basically everything. They started expanding westward. But, yeah. Oh my god. So, like, yeah, they either sent them westward to be like, hey, go up there, or you stuck on to the East Coast to deal with, industrialization. Which is basically when America became super capitalist, and really, really started that. Because this is when, like, monopolies become, like, a huge thing. Like, this is when it's, like, probably the most, like, like, that's when people think of, like, America being very greedy and the oil baron type archetype. Irish were literally treated like how they were. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's so wild how like people just hated the Irish so much back then. Like there's a reason why before the mafia was a thing, there was the mob, which was the White Hand, which was a Irish crime syndicates. Fun fact. So yeah. So there's that. But yeah, like in this era, you get like, you know, this is when like there is no ethics in the workplace. Hi there. I'm sorry I don't speak Spanish, so I'm sorry if I'm not giving you a lot of attention to the chat. I just genuinely don't know how to communicate. I know a little bit of German, but that is like my only other language that I know other than English. But I do appreciate you stopping by and enjoying my rants about American history. But yeah, like, this is like the point in time. All I know are certain German swear words. I don't blame you, Zubu, because English is so weird. I don't blame anyone who has it as a second language or is trying to learn it and not understand what it is, because like English is so weird. Like, at least for German. Fun fact, Mac, if you ever wanted to learn German, best thing you can do for it is like learn some basic words, right? And trying to like try to use like learn basic words, and then from there just compound it, because like in German, if you don't know how to say it, just describe it and you'd get like partial credit. But yeah, no, when you get to like the Gilded Era, which is like when America became like super capitalist. God, this fight's only hard for me because I chose like funny dark type weak fighters. Ah, it's okay. We'll get this. Yeah, like that's like the era where like a lot of people know of like the Victorian era, right? Where like kids would work in factories. Because like fun fact, in the workforce, anyone who would work at a factory in the industrial era was mostly women and children, because people valued them less. So they'd just be like, oh, we get to save money on them, because you know, the rich are assholes. So you get that. You get a lot of unethical ways of how industries were made. Like, for example, you get the whole, you know, having kids in the workforce, like 8-year-olds, working in the gears because they have small fingers. Or one instance of, so you know, like fire hazards? Which is a great way to start a story. There basically was an incident where in a tactile factory, so like making clothes, how these conditions were was basically in this factory they would have these doors that would only open from the outside. They would open from the outside and open outward, and because of that, one day there was a fucking fire in there. I don't remember why, I just know there was, and because of because of like how the place was designed and people seeing, holy shit, there's a fucking fire, I'm gonna get out of here. The woman on the inside could not escape the fire. So yeah, there's a reason why doors open a certain way now, because a lot of people fucking died. That's like how a lot of safety things get in place, so keep that in mind. But like, you know, they got away with that shit, or at least those designs of, again, like keeping people like basically hostage in the workplace for their shifts, essentially treating them as like glorified sweatshops, like nationwide, really. And again, they do this a lot for women and children because they valued them less. So they would just be paid like a petty money, really. Like, it wouldn't be a lot, but it'd be like something they can live off of, like to scrape on by. Kids would get like pocket change because of it. Because like, oh fuck yeah, you're 8 and you get fucking like 50 cents? Fuck yeah, dude. But yeah, you get that era of America, which, you know, is pretty fucked up. Then Theodore Roosevelt happens, and around this point, like very tail end, another rich guy's thing was cause lobster to be expensive. Yeah, because lobster used to be considered a poor person food. Because like it was just something that like fishermen, which were typically lower class, would go out, and that'd be like a cheap thing that they could get pretty easily. So yeah, lobster would be a very cheap thing people can get. And so, but then like I guess some rich ass hat was like, this is delectable. The poor people really eat this. Preposterous. The rich people should not digest this. And then they did. Look at these guys, they're so excited. But yeah, that was probably around that point in time, honestly. But then at the very end of the 1800s, right? Then Theodore Roosevelt shows up. And Theodore Roosevelt is a very mixed bag, in my opinion. Because in terms of like treating his country, he does pretty decent. You know, he gets like national parks set up because he really cares about nature and the environment, and also he places like a lot of laws that form, you know, basic human rights in a work environment and work regulations, breaking up speak quietly and carry a big stick, and like, you know, support unions and everything, which is like pretty cool. But also he was very imperialist, in the sense that this is a point in time where America has been around for like over a century, and it's realizing, yes, it's expanded its nation, but it's sort of thinking like, man, what if I was my father's son, you know? What if I were to, say, I don't know, start an empire, you know? What if I were to colonize? Because America saw that, you know, they were like, oh, Europe's been doing all that for like Europe's been colonizing Europe. No, Europe's been colonizing like Africa, and there's like parts of Asia that's like taken up, like France is like Vietnam and everything, and all that. So United States was like, oh shit, buddy, we need stuff. So that's when we tried to take over the Philippines, because that was owned by the Spanish. So that's why the Spanish War happened, in which Theodore Roosevelt was basically there, which basically also, because Spain was at the point in time where they weren't like a superpower anymore, they just owned shit because they did before and no one took it. At a risk of another tangent, there was also what England did to India. I don't know, like, I know what they did to India, but I don't know enough about, I don't know as much as I do about America's bullshit, so I'm gonna spare that rant, because I feel like I will be talking about things I don't fully know in great detail. Like, all I really know about it is I saw Gandhi, I saw that movie, and that's all I know. And like, that's quite a bit of shit, but I don't feel like I am as informed about the bullshit hand India was dealt with from England, except that it was fucking bad. But yeah, basically, to do like this colonialism, what Theodore Roosevelt did was, hey, me and my best friends are basically gonna go up on the cavalry, get on some horses, go to the Philippines, and take it from the Spanish, who barely have like anything. So it's gonna be like an easy fight, and it was. It was literally just them like, it was them literally just having a guy's night in terms of war, and it was fucking crazy. Also, Theodore Roosevelt spent most of it having diarrhea, so have fun. Just know that in English museums, when they say Indian artifacts were presented to the Queen, the word is doing a lot of heavy lifting. But that's just what England did to everyone, though. That's what Europe did to anyone in Asia and anywhere really. Like, everyone did that shit. Of like you have modern debates now of like shit about like in the 1920s when like finding King Tut's tomb, right? You still get debates about like who owns that shit, you know? Like, should that be in Egypt or should that be in England? And also, yes, Theodore Roosevelt did have swamp ass. This is true. He did have it for a while. And he also thought, hey, you know what would be cool? You know what would be real cool for the US? What if the United States of America became, what if we were to look out for everyone else on this side of the hemisphere? What if we became like a world police figure and, attempt to gain some control in South America and, we're just fucking, I don't know, so we can make a canal so it's easier for trade, but also have a lot more control over South America? That'd be so wild. That would be so crazy. So yeah, he started the whole mentality that the US has about like the world police. Like he started that shit. Specifically towards he only really started it with like having it be the North and South America. There was that. Bringing democracy to the world. Exactly. Again, mind you, a reminder, he wanted to do colonialism. Because he noticed that America was the one not in that race and was like a superpower, was becoming like having money, being like a superpower. So yeah, there was that. Meanwhile, the capital of our nation actually has no representation in the federal government. Well, that was intentional. I think that's understandable. So if you lived in that fucking city, if you lived in Washington, D.C., you couldn't just be like, well, I live in Washington, D.C., so I have ownership. But if they did make Washington, D.C. a state, they would have to make another state to make it balanced. So that means Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, could you become a state? Like, we gotta make up our minds. Are we gonna own Puerto Rico, or are we just gonna let Puerto Rico not be a territory? Because I want to remind you, colonialism still kind of around. Yeah, it should if we own it. We should give them rights. But who's to say? Who's to know? Maybe put Guam in there too. But yeah. And so you get like that period of time, right? And you know, America is like, so like a little review of like how like the vibe check of America at this point is, right? So at this point in time, you know, the rich are fucking rich. America's getting some nationalism. It's becoming a part of like, it's sort of being recognized as like a superpower, like a notable country in the world. It's got like a decent like military. It's got some decent technology, and like it's making bank. It's got some resources to trade now. But the people are not really that rich. They're usually more like they're either farmers or they're either farmers or they work in a factories getting essentially minimum wage. So real big, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And this funny little thing happens in Europe. This funny little thing called World War One, which, oh, World War One, you absolute clusterfuck. So, let me explain to you how World War One happened. Whoopsie daisy. So, imagine you and the boys are you're anarchist terrorists from fucking from Serbia, right? Can I just talk about how the entire thing went down? Man, this is just an American history class. This really is. You've gotten to like my fixation of just history. But like, oh my god. So yeah, imagine you and the boys are Serbian anarchist terrorists, and you were gonna do a big hit, but it didn't work out, and it was kind of shitty how it didn't end up, and you're like, damn it, how could this have happened? And then you hear cheering, you hear clapping, and you look out into the streets. You see the Archduke of Austria-Hungary, which has been a massive power in Europe like a few decades ago, right? And so like it's a big power of like Eastern Europe, like the Eastern Europe superpower. And you go, oh shit, we can essentially just kill the prince. That's gonna cause so much chaos. And then it did. So in this process, right, they found out, Austria-Hungary found out that these guys were from Serbia. So they went to Serbia government and was like, hey, Serbia, we're declaring war on you because you killed our fucking prince. And we have no heir. And Serbia's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they're like, 24 hours and we're gonna ward your ass. And then Serbia calls up its friends, Russia and France, and it's like, hey buddy, I'm in some trouble, can you help me out? And Russia Russia and France are like, okay, Russia's like, do not worry. We've already got it under control. Everything is fine. And France is like, do not worry. We'll prepare for it, alright? We'll prepare for war. Okay. And so, that's happening. Meanwhile, Austria-Hungary goes up to its neighbor, Germany, and goes like, Germany, yeah, we're gonna need some help. And Germany's like, do not even worry. Okay? We will take care of this, Austria. No one's even going to remember that it was about you. We will be some military. Okay? Do not worry. It will be fine. Everything is okay. We are Germany. Okay? Nothing bad ever happens to Germany. Nothing. So that happens, and they go, okay, so we know if we go to Russia, those guys are going to be, they're preparing the army, of course. Like idiots. We're not going to go to Russia. We're gonna go attack France. It's closer, and it's the French. Like, they're fucking easy. They do not have Napoleon, they are chumps. And so they go towards there. They go through a shortcut to not go directly towards France, because they could just go directly to French borders, but they want to surprise France. So they go over towards Belgium, which at the time was owned by England. So England was like, oh, what's going on here? You trespassing my territory, alright, you know what, that's an invasion. You put your militaries in our fucking turf. We're declaring war. So England gets involved and allies with France for once. Like France and Russia, so that they get involved, and it's this big clusterfuck because during World War I, everyone's been building allies and like keeping peace because they don't want war, right? But they've also been developing like a lot of like new weapons and shit just in case war to happen, and wanted to just be like, I mean, we've got this fucking. I found out we can fire a lot of bullets at once. I found out that we don't even need bullets. We can just throw, like, a can of gas, and it'll work. And, like, wild stuff like that. And everyone agreeing to do, like, trench warfare, not fighting each other directly, but also trying to do, like, old, like, Napoleon-era warfare, which just doesn't work in trench warfare, and when everything's becoming more ranged. But anyway, that's all happening over there. Meanwhile, America is like, that kind of sucks for you guys. Because I would like to profit on it, actually. I would like to make money, please. I would like to trade with you guys. Oh, so like they trade with England because like it's their dad. Of course they're gonna trade with their dad. But they're also like, hey Germany, you're kind of cool. Slide over some to you. Because America was really chill with Germany, actually. Because a lot of early immigrants in the U.S. in the colony eras were actually Dutch. Fun fact. God, French is I can go on all, like, you see me going on American history, I can go on a fucking other whole rant about trench warfare. Like, I am a type of person who, like, I never got into the, like, the World War II fixation, because, like, honestly, World War II is so fucking dumb. Like, it's one of those wars where it's like, oh yeah, well, it's fucking screwed. Where, like, World War II is like, okay, there's an objective bad guy with the Nazis. Like, no one can agree the Nazis are good. If you do, don't do that. But, like, it's very clear, it's like, hey, one side was fucked up, but we stopped the fucked up people. And, like, it's just horrific, and it just is, it's gratuitous. It's a horrible moment, and, like, it's a downer. It's downer, and, like, it's so destructive. We've committed war crimes in it. It's horrible. World War I, though, is not like World War II, where there's, like, a purpose. There is, like, it's like a war of passion on one side. A hatred. A horrible hatred. But, like, you can at least see, like, the reason why this war happens. and all that. Especially when, like, you know, people who started it were very power hungry and fascists. And then you've got World War One, which is basically everyone's nationalist. Everyone thinks that this war, like, no one really knows, like, the common people don't really know what this war is fought for. Hi, Make the World Cute. Welcome to Pan's history lecture. We're at World War One right now. Like, no one really knows why this war is happening, and especially the longer it goes on. Like, by the time it becomes, like, 4 years, no one really knows why they're fighting this war, but they're just doing it. But at first they were convinced, like, oh, we're gonna win by, like, the fall, because, like, we're this country. And we're just better, because we have a better military and everything. We will just win. And then it went on for 4 years. And again, for, like, no reason. It just happened, and they just kept on going till they needed to settle it. So, yeah, there was all that shit. But you may be asking, how did America deal with this? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, none of the fighting happened near them, just they kicked back and collected. If we just lived our lives for a few times, we would reach... Yeah. Yeah. We just want to live our lives out just a few times, we'd want to reach... Yeah. Because, like, well, like, the thing I find so fascinating about one, it's just a mess. It just is a mess, and there's, like, no reason to it. And that's the thing I find it so fascinating. Yeah, but 100 years ago was not that long, though. But, like, it also, because it's 100 years ago, it's in this weird, like, transitional period between, like, also really bad medicine. Yeah, it's in this weird time period where, like, people want to do warfare like they did in the Napoleon era, where it's, like, very much like, it's this side's turn, and then it's this side's turn. But in a warfare where it's all about trenches and staying in place and having a lot of ranged weapons with chemical warfare and machine guns, and even in some cases, what if we had a plane and screwed a gun onto it? That doesn't work anymore. You can't do that, especially when you make the in-between space between the trenches death traps for everyone. So there's all that. Yeah, but you may ask, hey, how did America deal with all this? Well, first, again, America wanted, feel like a break. Yeah, don't worry about the rats. Don't worry about the rats. The rats are no problem. Do not worry about the rats. But America was very much like trying to be on both sides, trying to, like, profit off of it by giving everyone supplies. More lenient towards England, but, like, a little bit to Germany. But you may ask, how did we get involved in the war exactly? Well, so there's this little ship called the Lusitania, and the Lusitania was a Red Cross ship, so it was for medics, supposedly neutral for anyone to help out and be useful. But America did something a little bit fucky. America was totally smuggling firearms and gunpowder inside this Red Cross ship. So again, a ship that is supposed to be neutral and supposed to just be a peaceful ship. And so Germany found that shit out. They were like, no, we got intelligence about that. We're pretty damn sure you have weapons on this boat and you're smuggling it to the enemy. We're gonna take down this ship. So the Lusitania gets blown up by a submarine, gets torpedoed, and sinks super fast. Like, it sinks in like half an hour, which is super fast for a ship. Because I want you, for comparison, Titanic. I want you for like, because it was a big ship. Hallucinate was a pretty decent sized ship. How long did a Titanic sink? How long sink? How long did it take to sink? So yeah, like, a boat the size of the Titanic took like 5 minutes to sink, right? The Lusitania went down in like a quarter of that time. And it was a pretty decent sized boat. Like, it was a cruise ship sized boat. And so, yeah, that happened. And so, like, you know, it makes America seem like they can justify, like, oh wow, you assholes, Germany. You not only blew up a ship that was under our name, but also it was a Red Cross ship. Wow, aren't you guys war criminals? War crimes aren't even a thing yet. We'll have another world war from that. But like, that shit happens. And America, you sunk our hospital boat, Germans. But it freaking exploded. You had hella ammunition in it. That not true. That is dumb and also stupid. We would never do that. So yeah, then America joins the war effort for like the last year because of this, and then profiting off of winning the war with the Treaty of Versailles, which basically all you really gotta know about the Treaty of Versailles is basically it is wow, Germany, you took full responsibility for this, so you are going to pay for the entire war. Actually, we've decided. Like, you're going to recover everything, and you're going to pay for all of it. Yeah, so Germany got real fucked because of it. Also, Israel became a thing. But that's because England promised the Holy Land to, like, a lot of people. Because the Ottoman Empire was part of the superpower, part of the Axis. So yeah, that kind of started some things because England just promised it to a lot of people, and did not think that they were actually going to deliver on it. Whoops. I hope that won't have any consequences in the future. Back to America, though. After all that settled, so yeah, after that, that's a very good thing to get on point because you get to the 1920s now, and like it is 1918. We have won World War I, and this is the first time in American history where it is not just the rich being rich, but the everyman is also rich too. Like, everyone has money now. And yeah, they party. Hi, the great eyebrows. You're in the middle of my American lecture, and I've been talking about the history of the United States. And right now we've gone to the 1920s. And so, like, yeah, the American people, like the people, not just like company owners or anything. The U.S. people now have money, and they're going crazy for it. Like, people are partying. They don't care about this whole booze being illegal thing. They're going nuts. They're partying. They're trying to make new innovations in culture. Even if the old people hate it, but that's just how society works. Especially in the U.S. And like, people are like making a lot of new products. Like, the fridge is becoming a thing. Like the modern oven, nose straighteners. Which, fun fact, that's just a thing that was an ad that I've seen from the 1920s of just them advertising a nose straightener. Like a lot of cosmetic stuff, a lot of more practical, like living stuff, selling cars to people that are in the public, not just the rich people. Like it is just an era where products are being pumped out because people have money, soldiers are home. It's crazy. There we go. So just going back, everyone also getting. Oh no, we're not even at the baby boom. But yeah, you're right. People did start developing. People were like, "Oh man, I don't have this money yet, but like I have it. You know, I'll get it, cause like we're all fucking rich. We're all getting money left and right. Like we're gonna get that money." So people spend a lot of money really fast, and no one knows how to use credit cards. Like essentially, like in a modern context, that's what happened. And because of that, the economy crashed, and everyone became super poor. They didn't know how to manage it right. Yeah, and it led to depression for one of the greatest American, the Great Depression. Yeah. And fun fact, if no one knows, the president of the time, in the start of the Depression, President Coolidge, Calvin Coolidge, basically, his response to the Depression, the Great Depression, the reason my grams hid and money in all places, probably, yeah, that sounds right, because the Great Depression was fucking wild because of that, but because of, this point in time, Calvin Coolidge was like, oh, fucking depressions happen all the time, like we had big boom, we had big drop, if we need more money, well, let's just print it. I don't think they did that. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I do know, basically Calvin Coolidge, like when the Great Depression happened, and the stocks just like dropped, his response to it was just, it will work itself out. It will just get better. Like, we don't even have to do anything. It will just work. I'm not a man of money or numbers, but everyone fucking agrees that's not how that fucking works. Not probably, definitely. You need to know why it didn't work. Go to Google and ask it to convert $1 American to the Venezuelan. Oh. Yeah. So yeah, there is that. And so like America enters this era where it is just grumbling. It is at an era where it is barely surviving. It's crazy because when FDR comes into power, not only does Franklin Delano Roosevelt, when he becomes president, make the humble request of giving him absolute power, for 100 days when in his inauguration, to try and get like workforces for like roads and like making dams and all that, but also completely asking for 100 days power, like complete control to avoid bureaucracy, which noble effort on paper, but also that sounds super sketchy. And also around this point in time, you look over to the west, and what's that? The Treaty of Versailles is having consequences? If he was even a tiny bit dumber than he was, America would have crumbled to dust. Yeah. But yeah, and then you look over to the what? You look over across the pond, and what's this? It's 1938. It's in the 1930s. The Treaty of Versailles has consequences? What's this? This guy named Hitler got into power. That's fucking weird. And he's looking over at America and it's got like, hey, you got some pretty good way to deal with people you don't like. Oh yeah, at first we were like, not our problem. In fact, actually, oh the great eyebrows. Oh, the great eyebrows. We'll get to Japan, but also Japan could also get its own fucking. The long and short of my Japan rant, my Japan lecture, is that Japan sure was encouraged to be not only industrialist but also colonialist and imperialist. And then when they did that, the West freaked out because they were actually following their advice. Oh, Jesus Christ. But, yeah. So yeah, you maybe think like, oh, they would say it's not our problem. No, quite the opposite actually. Well, not quite the opposite, but if anything, Germany saw us, and Hitler was like, hey, you guys have a really good way to discriminate against people you don't like. I'm gonna apply that to my situation. And I've taken a lot of notes of that and applying it to very horrific extremes. And in doing that, the Nazi Germany happened. And because they were taking a lot of notes from America, America was like, ooh, oh, hello there, Mr. Germany. You're very proud of your country. You're very, you know who you want. You got a good military, like, you're willing to spend money. All right, we like it, we like it. Side note, when America did get involved, FDR had almost all, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna repeat what, the great eyebrows said, but I sure am gonna say Germany took a lot of notes around America and how we dealt with people we don't like, and then did it. They did it even worse. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So, then you get to. So yeah, I want to remind you, America was finding Germany in World War II pretty attractive. They really were thinking like, hey, we're crumbling, but Germany had like a similar event happen, but like with Versailles, but like look at them, they're rising to the ashes, they're becoming nationalists, they're building massive monuments, they're getting a massive military. We could do that. But then Japan bombed them and they're like, they're with you, Germany? Oh, that's not cool. Oh, alright. Yeah, I'm getting heated. I'm taking the cravat off. Let's see, which one's the cravat off? Oh. No, not that. There we go. Alright. Oh. Yeah, we're getting heated. We have to take the cravat off. You know what? Fuck it, guys. I'm getting heated. Don't even need to redeem for this. Oh. Yeah, alright, we're taking the cape off. We're getting heated. We're getting in the moment of this. We're going off. We're going knucking futz. So yes, then, you know, Pearl Harbor happens. Which, mind you, America was aware was going to happen. It wasn't a surprise attack. Because, like, it's a standard thing you do in war of giving the homies a head up. That, like, it's going to happen. Right? So, we didn't fucking listen to that because we're the United States of America. And no one dares attacking the United States of America. Because no one has. America has only attacked other people. Because that's just how America's been positioned. I'll maybe try to relearn Fake Out one day. Yes. But yeah, Japan bombed us, and then we were like, yeah, they sure do. So like that happens, and we go like, oh no, that's terrible. Oh wait, you're with Germany? Oh, that's not cool, dude. We specifically want to fuck you up because you dared attack us and took American soil. Because fun fact, Japan did take American soil in Alaska. They took 2 islands. 2 very small islands off the Aleutian chain, which is like that branching arc of islands off the mainland. So that's like the only time we've lost land. So that really bothered America a lot. But yeah, so basically America goes heads in with the war because really they realize, hey, with this, it's gonna make or break us. What do you call bullshit on? Are you calling bullshit and us going headfirst into the war? I'm pretty sure... Oh, and then Italy was... Dude, Italy was just in... Everyone put Italy in, like, North Africa because they were like, alright, Italy, just go into the fucking... Play in your sandbox. No, it was not a surprise attack. No, the US knew it was gonna happen. They just didn't take it seriously. But yeah, that happens. America goes heads in, and like, even after the war is like technically done, right? America's like gunning for Japan. Like, oh. Victor lives on. No, if you did not know the Japanese were going to bomb Pearl Harbor, there's no evidence to support this, but the conspiracy theory is that it's about New Haran. I don't know. I've sort of learned that they did know, like, since I like first learned about Pearl Harbor, like, and have not heard a lot of contradiction towards that. Yeah, and especially with American propaganda, you know, I'm always more in favor. I will admit I am biased. I will always lean more towards America was an asshole because they have been, because I believe that a lot more. So, you know, I think I've been very transparent about that. But, you know, don't let that discourage you from doing your own research, of course. And you know what? Maybe I could be wrong, but as far as I knew, America knew about it. Yeah. So that all happened, and in the process of World War II, little Albert Einstein goes up to FDR and goes like, "Hey, buddy, Germany is like working on something very experimental. I don't think they're gonna be able. I don't know if they're gonna pull it off or not. But they're gonna try and split the atom. They're gonna try and make pure energy and make it into a bomb. So like, take that as you will, and don't let that happen. And FDR was like, cool. Hey guys, we're gonna make this the most secret project and you can't tell anyone. Like, anyone. And then United States worked on making nuclear bombs, baby! With the Manhattan Project. And then came the last year of World War II, which is really just a 1v1 of America and Japan. Because in 44, that's when Europe finished all their stuff. Like, they were done. They were done with the war. We were just continuing the war against Japan, specifically. And because of that, we're island hopping. We are gunning down Japan in a very aggressive manner. Like, we are going to win. It is very clear at that point. And at that point, we are out. We're going to Japan, and there is about a 2-week period, right? In these 2 weeks, President Johnson, was it Johnson? I don't know. I know FDR died in the middle of the war because he had a stroke. So then the runner-up came on, and the runner-up was told, like, in this 2-week period, we have options. Oh, I guess it beat us an earthquake. Cool. But like, yeah, hey, you got options now. We can wait 2 weeks, and we will go to Tokyo, and we'll go down to the palace and have the emperor surrender, but it will be conditional. Like, we will have to work with his terms, in some way or form. Or, we've got this project we've been working on, that could end it, like, in a matter of days. So, I don't even know how informed he was of exactly the level of destruction that he was doing, but he probably did know that this could level an entire city at the very least. And when, yeah, let's do it. And the idea that, well, you'll see in a lot of American textbooks, it is the idea to prevent more lives being lost, but also it's just to win a war faster and have an unconditional surrender. Because that was the big thing, having unconditional surrender and also having all the power in the terms and conditions. So the United States commits not one but 2 war crimes with the nuclear bombs, unleashing the most horrific weapon out in the world as we currently know, confirmed that people can do that to the world, and genuinely horrifying. Like, I won't lie, I watched Chernobyl like every few I watched Chernobyl recently to remind myself how horrifying nuclear radiation is and how horrifying of a creation it is, because Jesus Christ, the nuclear bomb is horrific. Yeah, so that happens. America has the unconditional surrender that they want, and America now is not only rich again, but also now has the most powerful weapon in their grasp. Because think about the Manhattan Project, right? The thing about having not one but two nuclear bombs, like, to the world, this is what it says. We not only have the capability to make this bomb, but we have the capability to reproduce this bomb. And we have done it at least a few times to test it out and know it works. And we would continue making nuclear weapons. In fact, bigger nuclear weapons. You know, with the whole arms race thing going on that would start a Cold War. But yeah, America at this point is one of the biggest superpowers now and has the biggest fucking ego because we are the biggest superpower in the world. And the way how we can justify it is shut up or we can throw a bomb at you. And we can't let anyone else know how to make this bomb because that'd be horrifying. Then Russia knew how to make the bomb. And it was horrifying. Which started a Cold War era. Because, like, at that point, it was very much America liked to be rich and stay rich and very powerful because of a high quality of life. And then, you know, communism is very much the opposite of that, and both of them were thinking like, you're the opposite of our ideals and you're totally gonna ruin the world. So they enter in a series of proxy wars, such as, you may be familiar with Korea and Vietnam. Vietnam in particular was a war that we entered in because after World War II, our ego was super inflated and we felt very entitled to be a world police figure, and entering in a lot of proxy wars. But what's your strat, Watson? I don't know. I'm just going off of my of my high of talking about history and just seeing where things go. I don't really have a strat right now. I'm just going. Oh god. So yeah. By the way, I just wanna we're in the 50s now. Strategy, talk history to distract Watson. By the way, I want to go on a slight tangent. And this is related to American history, so don't worry, it's not too off topic. But in high school, when I was taking AP US, which is where I learned a lot about the US and how fucked up it is. There was a project we had for a final, and it was basically, we had two projects to do. One was like a cool, fun project, where it's like you could do a Hall of Fame, like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, where you do like a project on like the impact of like musical artists and everything, which is like really cool and really fun. A way to really lighten to a really fun project to sort of like be like, oh, cool. We don't have to be super serious here. We're just gonna have a fun project. And then we had one where we had to do a timeline of the United States. Now, how me and my partner interpreted the project was that we had to catalog each individual significant event in United States history. And by significant event, we mean like an event that changed how the United States, like either the government, their stance, their, opinions, how it's structured, anything. Any change that legitimately changed America for a long term, we thought we had to document that. Which led to a fucking scroll that led to one side of, because we had to show it off at full length, we had to take it out of the classroom and roll it out into the hallway. And mind you, how we had the hallways in the school was like, it was like a big square area where there was a lot of lockers in the middle area, and the classrooms would be around the lockers. So it wasn't like one of those lean, like long hallways, it was a wider one. And it sure did go from one end to this hallway to the other. It was multiple feet long. It was probably like at least maybe 20 feet long. It's huge. It was fucking crazy. And we were like procrastinating on this project, and like we were panicking over those last 2 days, like, we're not gonna do this right, like everyone else is like working on this project, and we're screaming. And then we see on the day where it's like due and everyone's doing like the last minute stuff in class, we just look out and go, oh, I see. Well, we're too late. We have to, we're in the 80s. We can finish this. Oh, too big. But, yeah. Anyway. So it's the 1950s. And, yeah, America has, a massive ego, and is now starting to develop a world police, like figure, which often leads to, again, going to proxy wars, and also a lot of people where the baby boomers start existing, and it's a lot of reason why they feel very entitled, because they lived in an era of America where it was not only living in this Cold War culture, where it was a superpower and very nationalist because of it, and not wanting to let another superpower have the bigger dick, leads to a lot of people being very nationalist. Which, wow, that's really weird how that turns out. How all the older generation have that same mentality. It's so crazy. But, yeah, those things happen. I'm not gonna go too deep into Vietnam, other than to say that Vietnam sure was just America going into proxy war, and also like going into wars like that in Vietnam, like Vietnam and the South and the Korean War, was very much also America running off that high from the 40s and thinking that they are the world military power and that they can win, that they are the military force. Needless to say, I don't remember much about the Korean War, I'll be real. But I know in Vietnam we didn't win. We didn't win our proxy war. So yeah. So it was that. And then we're gonna move on to the 70s. Because the 50s and 60s are a very similar era. We go to the moon, by the way. So that's neat. The moon is claimed by America, I guess. I don't know how it works. I don't know, we just have a flag on it. That was cool. That was cool. That was, like, see, that was a cool thing for, like, America and, like, Russia to do as superpowers, right? To have, like, a friendly competition to go into space, like, see who gets to space first, like, who gets to the moon. Like, that's like a fun way to compete with each other, not like proxy wars. Not like wars about ideologies or anything and money. Nah, that's like that. probably don't want to talk about Civil War protest. Yeah, alright, no, there was civil rights. I'll be real. There was a lot of fucked up shit involving the civil rights movement and how the United States treated it. But I will say, as much as I am very much, man, America is fucked up, I do not know as much about the civil rights movement other than, of course, the FBI did assassinate JFK. So there's that. And a lot of that shit, but that stuff, not only do I feel like, because that was super harsh, and I feel like I'm not as JFK. Okay, so JFK. Okay, so John fucking Kennedy. I didn't mean Martin Luther King, but JFK. I don't think he deserved to get assassinated. You know, I think that's a safe thing to say. Like, he did horrible things. He sure did lobotomize his sister, and was fucking jock. But like he was the kind of guy, like, as a president, I just felt like he won because, like, you know, pro-America and, like, you know, going up the nationalism thing, but he wasn't like, he was like very white bread, like, in as many ways as I can think. Like, he didn't deserve to die for it, but I don't think he was this competent. Another thing I learned that ties back to the Civil War, there's spikes in, oh no. Oh, that sounds painfully accurate. Oh, I hate that. I really hate that. But yeah, I think we're gonna move on from the 60s, mostly because, like, there's a lot of shit from the 60s, but I feel like I'm not as familiar, because I feel like with a lot of things that I'm more knowledgeable about is more like just America on a global scale. Hi, Skyheart Demon. Thank you for the bits. And also, thank you for entering Pannap's fun local wizard playing Pokemon while giving United States lectures. This is true. John F. Kennedy did fuck. He sure was a jock. Like, I do think that the meme of, you know, Clone High, you know, the show, that they sure did a good job of conveying that John F. Kennedy he was a dude, bro. And yeah. God. Funny fact, so you know the nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys meme, where, like, John F. Kennedy's like, nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys, and then his car flips. That's how his brother died. Fun fact, who also wanted to become president, going off completely on the, going off the heels of John F. Kennedy being president and being assassinated before he could really become president and like do things other than the Cuban Missile Crisis incident. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, and then you get to the 70s, and the 70s you get you know, the first time that like people are like, hey, you know what? Gay rights should be rights. Because that's the first gay parade that happens in 1970. The sexual revolution, baby. The death of Alright. I'm gonna have to fight you. And also, alright, if you're gonna say that the 70s is the death of fashion, you may be pointing at the 60s. Cause the 60s is where a lot of people, it's where more of that hippie culture comes from. The 70s fucking slaps, alright? I am very fascinated by the 70s and their fashion choices with disco. Cause it's something. Something about those high-waisted pants. Like, are you telling me that like 70s Freddie Mercury, when he's like growing out that hair, are you telling me that anything Freddie Mercury wore is bad? Cause that's 70s fashion, baby. Yeah, it's more 60s. Yeah. Yeah, and with the 70s, so here's a fun thing that happened in the 70s. You know, Watergate happened. That's pretty fun. You know, Nixon, you know, first president to get impeached, because he was spying on, Democrats, because he was paranoid about his election. So that's cool. Would be even cool if there was other presidents impeached, but I'm not going to say anything about that. Yeah. So there was that. Big, massive thing. But I want to talk about something in particular. So you know the CIA? Yeah. Yeah, they started. They started not too long after Watergate. What does I think? That's when they started doing things. And in particular, there's a little thing that happens in the Middle East. Because the Middle East finds oil. It's pretty cool. Because like, hey, cars are pretty neat. They're westernizing. They want to maybe be a part of like sort of that Western culture that's becoming a big thing, and like really modernize. And America is like, oh cool, it's very cool that you have oil. Do you mind if we buy some? And a lot of people in the Middle East, like especially I think Iran, looks at the United States, looks at everything we've done, and just goes, no, I don't think we will. I don't think that's the smartest move. And America's like, alright, no, that's cool. Yeah, no, you do what you want. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, CIA, we're gonna need you to start a coup right now. CIA kinda did that, kinda funded a monarchy, who was very radical, towards, more the traditional, culture of the Middle East. and by that I mean perfect stuff for America to use as propaganda and dramatize not quite the enemy, but people who are being mean to them and not giving us what we want. Frowny face. So there's that, and that will have consequences. Really big consequences. Anyway, then the 80s happened. And Reagan. Just Reagan. Ronald Reagan. Like, if you want to know, like, man, how did the modern conservative become the modern conservative? Well, look no further than Ronald Reagan. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why don't they like us? All we did was erase 2 cities from existence and permanently damage the entire country. Yeah, it's crazy. So, yeah, you know, Reagan only did, like, little things, like, not making economics work. I'm glad Reagan's dead. But yeah, like, you know, what if economics did not trickle down to the people? Actually, I decided. What if we don't have a 1920s or 1950s situation ever and have the upper class keep money? That'd be cool. Wouldn't it be nice to maybe say no to drugs? Okay, we're up for that, How about we use this as a way to have people that we don't like get addicted to drugs? That was pretty good with the opium wars, right? England did that with China, so we could do that to people we don't like, to minorities, and you know, increase jail rates, which can increase profit because they're properly owned. That'd be crazy. And probably war crimes. I don't know exactly what war crimes they did, but I believe Reagan did war crimes. Also neglected the AIDS crisis, so yeah, totally is preventable. But hey, we all know how. I think we all know the lesson of how the United States deals with pandemics. Yeah, I feel that's self-explanatory. And then you get to the 90s, where honestly, with how history is, you can really only look at it from like 20 years in the past. And when I was really learning American history, 80s was like the farthest we sort of went. I don't really know much about the grander things of the 90s that I can say off the top of my head that were like big deals. And I don't really want to go into 2000s. Because I've noticed as I've been talking, I've been getting a bit more uncomfortable talking about this on stream, and sort of been like doing a lot of generalization and like not as great summaries as I have with some of the stuff prior to World War II. So I think I'm going to end my history lesson here. Thank you for all who stood through all of that. Yeah, I think we're getting a little political. I don't know about anyone else, but I think I let some politics show. I don't know. It could just be me. I'm not quite sure. Damn it. We talked about politics. Ah, shit. Ah, god damn it. I'll let you guys know when this gets uploaded to YouTube. I'm gonna change the name of the stream to Japan's history stream. Cause that's what this is. You know, sometimes I worry about, you know, I'm just talking and I don't know what to talk about. This stream though, I knew very much what I was talking about. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, it's okay. We're gonna play funny Pokemon game. We're gonna fight funny boss. Wow. Alright, but that was a crit, so it's probably gonna do more 15 damage. Oh, politics over. It's just, it's cool. We're not on Thanksgiving. It's fine. It's fine. It is fine. Besides, it's okay. We're not at Thanksgiving. We're not a family. I'm not gonna sound culty and say like, hello, we're all a family here. Especially because I don't know if we're that close yet. I feel like history lessons missing something. Maybe if we named yeah, Lick of My Balls is very important in Liechtensteinian history. They actually did yeah, I can't 10-year-old historian. Yeah, don't you know this national flag shows you like that S symbol that everyone used to draw in like elementary school? Alright, Silver Frog. Hope you get some rest. I will say I don't usually like to be as political as I got. Like I don't mind to be, you know, being like, haha, America is kind of an asshat, and like discouraging, you know, capitalistic ideas, because capitalism is just unethical in general. I love colonialism. But I don't know, I did not know that. Wow, I hate that. But no, that's a good question. Politics should be involved in chat. I'll have to think about that if I want to include that as like a chat rule or not. I would say maybe think very carefully about what you say. Not because I am the government actually, and I will plan to censor what you say to make it sound good for the machine. But more so because, you know, I feel like you really just have to be aware of like what you're saying, and if it actually is, one, probably relevant to a conversation, and two, you know, if you say it, would it hurt anyone? Like, actually. I mean, America is lovely and really fucked up the place, and it's where comic books and superheroes were popularized. America made Facebook. You know, and it's really interesting that superheroes were mostly made from people who are, that's right, not traditionally white. By that I mean like Stan Lee and I think Jack Kirby are both like, you know, they're Jewish. They're considered a minority, and they started their stuff like in the 30s, like in the 40s or so. Like they were they literally had they made Captain America, and literally like one of the first things of Captain America is him punching Hitler in the face, and very much a type of people who felt like they needed, you know, someone to be a hero and everything. And wouldn't you know, it's so crazy when people try to diversify superheroes and people get mad about that. Despite the fact that it's basically the same thing that they did when superheroes were really first made. Alright, I think when it comes to political talk, I think I will cut the conversation about, like, you know, I appreciate that you're attempting to spread, like, awareness about problematic symbol and a flag, but also I think that may be something more that'd be good for, like, a private conversation, or at least not on chat. I don't know. I just think, like, not that I don't think the idea, again, that spreading awareness for this is a bad idea. I just think, you know, if talk about that flag keeps on popping up, that doesn't seem like the best thing to have, like, or just something I want to have on my content, if that makes sense. I don't know, I feel like I'm partially trying to be, like, I don't know, wanting you guys to have this, like, conversation, but also partially going, like, I'm also aware of my content and my brand, and I don't know if I want that on here. Especially, oh, buddy, it was not an hour. The stream is about 3.5 hours. That was at least 2 hours. At minimum. Teletubbies. I'm more of a Wiggles guy, honestly. But you know, we tolerate Teletubbies here. You know, they have Wiggles colors. Even if there is the green Teletubby. I'm sorry, I go by the creed of fruit salad is yummy yummy. I don't know what else to tell you. Oh, hi Elma! Hi Elma and friends. What you have missed out on this stream is me going off on most of the stream has been a lecture on the history of the United States. That has taken up at least about 2 hours of this stream at least. We have finished it. But I'm gonna shill. If you want to check that out, check out Pan explaining the history of the United States of America. It'll be uploaded onto my YouTube channel, which I will bring up once again. That's right, fellas. We're shilling the YouTube channel twice today. If you ever want to see that in the near future, and be like, I wonder what this dear boy said about but the United States, and whatnot. It'll be uploaded, probably later within the week, on my YouTube channel. And it appears we have lost a Watson. Lovely. Probably be uploaded there. I will probably change the name of the stream to Pan's History Lesson. We skimmed more, we more skimmed towards like, we skimmed towards the end. Like once we got after the nuclear bomb, that's sort of when we're like, all right, we're skimming now, just because like it's been 2 hours, and also like there's a lot of uncomfortable stuff at that point that I feel like I know about, but I don't feel like I have the proper words to use to talk about those incidences. No. So basically, Elma, with my clothes, Silver Frog, did a redeem to take out my cravat, and I felt very heated, because this is around when I was talking about World War I, which I have a lot of thoughts on. So I got really heated, so I took off both the cape and the cravat. I just wanted to stand. Yeah, that's why I look different. You see me from my true twink capabilities. I mean, I'm curious. Did you make all the assets of your model? This time the stream, I was not. No. Nah, I only did the rigging. I didn't draw the actual art. Oh, okay, because like I know, for me, Vivian VTuber made my model, and how she did it is that she has like parts that are removable. So like for example, that's how I can get the flower in, or like take off the cape and cravat, because she made those in separate layers. Oh, he blew. I also looked at chat and I noticed like, Voltor blew up and acted like he didn't know nobody. Okay. Hey, that's still a good thing that you can remove. Just want to acknowledge this is the second attempt. This is only the second attempt. I've only whited out once. Ooh, fancy stuff. What fancy stuff are you looking at, Elma? I may have gotten into a discussion with Puzzle about Slime Toggle. Oh! What are we talking about with Slime Toggle? We're talking about like... Are you thinking about having like a little slime under your hat? That would be cute. Slime Girl, Elma. I mean, honestly though, Slime Girl can be cute though. Like, I mean, you say that you're a degenerate, but also, like, I think, I see, like, whenever I think of you, Elma, I think of you as, like, distinguished horny, where, like, you never say you're horny, or, like, you never, like, display active horniness that I've seen. But then you've also based your model around a dominatrix witch. So there's implications. But slime girls, that's equality. That's a quality choice right there. But very, very important question. What color of Jello are you going with? My horny is a glacier. Only a tiny bit shows on the surface, but it runs deep. Watson is a very fun boss who I very much enjoy. Watson is a very fun boss who I enjoy. Ooh, cyan. That's a nice one. Oh, wait, no, you're more of a... Oh, you know what would be cool if you went for like a cyan, like, magenta color scheme? Ah! I'm a sucker for that shit. Oh no. This presents a problem. This presents a problem. No, I'm gonna take the L here. I'm so gonna take the L here. Yeah, I kinda knew that Magneton was gonna be the one that would fuck me up in this fight. Because, like, think about, yeah, because the thing about, Watson is that, his Magnemite's real tough to deal with in this game. Because unless you take, like, Marsh Tomp, or you decide to, I don't know, invest with, Geodude, or, yeah, unless you go with those two options, you're not really gonna have anyone that's, like, good against Magneton, because, like, you can get an Aeron, which does get Mud Slap. But also it's like Mud Slap and it doesn't do enough damage and he has like no special defense. So he can't really compete. So there's that issue. And then there is yeah, he's still got that Manectric that he hasn't gotten out yet. But it's really the Magneton that's always been a problem for me, because, like, I know... I cannot get Shedinja. No, because, this is a Dark-type only run. And Shedinja is a Ghost-type. So I cannot use Shedinja for this. I know. No, I'm not gonna cheat like that. I'm gonna do playful cheating, like faking my opponents out. Oh, can you? Oh, I see. You mean in general? Shedinja could defensively deal with it, but he doesn't really have a lot of like, Shedinja's very defensive, but he doesn't really have a lot of offensive capabilities, is the thing. Like, he can't really out damage, or at least like probably won't until start struggling. Oh no, bastard man. Maybe. Let me double check actually what would be his moves. Let me see. Shadinja. Do. So, Shadinja Gen 3. So we're gonna look at Cerebi. Cerebi's a lot easier to tell for gens. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess Shadinja could get Dig. Wait. No. No, Shadinja would not have a ground type move to compensate. Cause yeah, ooh. Actually a really bad moveset. Cause Nikeda learns like decent moves super late. All that matters is Magna doesn't get any coverage move. That's true, but like also, if you're going around level cap, I want you to know the only moves you would have is Scratch and Leech Life that could do damage. Okay? Maybe Fury Swipes. Like, you'll end up in a struggle warfare and no one wants to deal with that. Like, actually no one. Yeah, but no one wants... I mean, I want to say no one wants to win like that, but then you look at the Pokemon meta, but I'm Tish. Oh no. I will say, I do appreciate that Watson's gym doesn't really have like a puzzle to it. It's pretty straightforward. Alright. So what I think I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna take this L again, because I know I can't get past Magneton with Kanga, but I realized I had a lot of cherry berries that I didn't add in this fight. But I'm gonna see if I add some to them, to my party, if that's gonna change the vibe. Because, like, I notice here that, like, the thing that really fucks me up is paralysis. Let's try giving some... Also, fun fact, I don't know if you knew this, but apparently, cherries are spicy. Fun fact. Let's see how this goes. Oh, it's really just hitting me now, like the tiredness of after like going to a hyperfixation rant. And then, like, it all just hitting you at once of, like, you sure did go all out with a lot of lore and just a lot of opinions and emotions you have, like, all at once. And it's hitting hard. Alright, so it's gonna blow up because it sees that knows I'm in range, so I'll switch out to Sableye. Switch out to Hop. Like a big brain. Ah, idiot. Idiot dumb man. Idiot dumb man who don't know things good. Oh yeah. Alright. By the way, Elma, I don't know if you're still on stream, but I'm curious, how was your stream? I didn't ask. Oh, excuse me. Because all I know is that there's something about you wanting to be Slime Girl. Understandable. What were you streaming? Blue Reflection. Oh yeah. I've seen you working on that. Oh shit! It just is faster. Oh! Oh, that's cool. I am wearing a vest, yes. It's not a sweater, but it is a vest. I wish it was a sweater though. I just bounced a little bit and my knee just like slammed the fucking table. It's gonna take me out, I think. Yes. Alright. Give me a fight. Get out of the confusion. What if I take the hit? What if I take the shot? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. Fun fact, a lot of bad things happen to the Kennedys, and I'll probably barely survive this one, but let's go! Yeah! Zapped into my senses! Let's just hope he doesn't have another, like, potion. I hope he's not a Chad simulator who has, like, 2 potion. Ah. Cool. Very cool way to go. But I will say to Grey Eyebrows, I'm glad that you pointed out my, like, sweater look instead of, like, my poofy shoulders. My poofy Shakespearean shoulder sleeves. Status moves still hit, even if you're immune to a damage type. So like a sand attack will still hit a flying type Pokemon. Thank you. No, it still does. Now you can still sand attack a flying type. Well, yeah. It's usually attacking moves that won't hit type immunity stuff. It's more like status moves that tend to sort of cheat around it. Are you talking about Thunderwave? Well, Thunderwave got nerfed. Yeah. Thunderwave's gotten nerfed a bit in more recent generations. Like, I know you, with like electric types not even being able to paralyze other like Thunderwave not able to paralyze other electric types, or electric types not being able to be paralyzed anymore, I think is the recent buff. I know you mean supersonic, but I also like to imagine that just means Sonic the Hedgehog cannot fight ghosts. Hi, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. I cannot be hit by ghosts. Ooh. He's not Pac-Man, so he's safe. I don't know, dude, but Smash, though. What about normal ghost type Zoroark? I mean, it's immune to ghost type. It's immune to both ghost and normal types. Yeah, it's got triple type immunity. Yeah, I do think though that there's like a thing about those Pokemon not being in like in official Pokemon games. Like it's not I don't think it's gonna be like transferable to the other Gen 8 games, I think, from what I've heard. Also, no clever joke, but puffy shoulders would be hard. Best jokes are easy. I don't know. I think the closest thing you can make of jokes for poofy shoulders is just like, look at this Shakespearean frick. I'm pretty sure it should be. They said, okay, they have. All right, because I think I've heard something that's contrary. I don't know, but I feel like a lot about RCS is very much word of mouth. You think they can give me a Swirly in school with these antlers? No, but I do get sent to the Locker Dimension. Now, you see with wizards, if they want to bully you, there's a lot of other ways to bully you. Hell yeah, I can get. A good way to bully people is to cast banishment on people. So they just like go into timeout into a demi-plane of your choice. The big man take your lunch money? Yeah. And he was a sorcerer, so I thought he was a Chad for it. Alright, but hey, we got the Dynamo badge. Hell yeah. Alright, cool. See, I take... Hey man, that was back in Wizard High School. Now I've got actual spells, man. I can cast the bully spells. Have you ever heard of Otto's irresistible dance? Let me tell you, it's irresistible. You will dance. Alright. So, before I end stream, I have a question for Elma. This is because you're another VTuber, and I know I'm usually the one you raid just because, you know, I'm still up. But do you know any other VTubers that are still on? Or something that you see on your end? Because I know no one's up now, because I was thinking like, maybe you'd be up. Nah. Okay, cool. Then I guess we're not gonna raid anyone tonight. It's a shame, because we got a decent amount of people here. Alright, well I'm just gonna save. And... oh, you know a few great eyebrows? But, what people are on that'd be good to raid? Yeah, cool. Alright, so yeah, we beat 2 gyms today. Which is honestly a lot more than I thought we were gonna get done today. And now we only really have Flannery, who I think is gonna be a bit of a challenge. Just because we're not gonna be able to have our water types yet till like post Norman. I don't know why it's... oh, okay. Cabbage Patch VTuber. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, we'll raid Cabbage Patch. Oh. No, I don't want to raid. I don't want to raid my YouTube channel. Cabbage Patch VT. Alright. Well, we're gonna raid Cabbage Patch. And I hope you all have a nice day or evening or whatever time of day it is. I'm very sleepy right now. And I hope you enjoy the Cabbage Patch. Alright. Bye-bye.